Week 1 Day 1. Reading wisely. The youngster who reads voraciously, though indiscriminately, does not necessarily gain in wisdom over the teenager who is more selective in his reading choices. A young man who has read the life story of every eminent athlete of the 20th century, or a co-ed who has steeped herself in every social protest novel she can get her hands on, may very well be learning all there is to know in a very limited area. But books are replete with so many wonders that it is often discouraging to see bright young people limit their own experiences. Sample sentences. 1. The football game was replete with excitement and great plays. 2. The eminent author received the Nobel Prize for Literature. 3. My cousin is so steeped in schoolwork that his friends call him a bookworm. 4. After skiing, I find that I have a voracious appetite. 5. Modern warfare often results in the indiscriminate killing of combatants and innocent civilians alike. Week 1 Day 2. Solving the servant problem. The worlds of science fiction abound with wonders. Yet modern technology progresses so rapidly that what may be today's wild dream may be next year's kitchen appliance. A British scientist has prognosticated that within 10 years every suburban matron will have her own robot servant. One task this domesticated automaton will not have to contend with will be scouring the oven, because even today the newest ranges can be programmed to reduce their own baked-on grime to easily disposed of ashes. Sample sentences. 1. The mayor refused to prognosticate as to his margin of victory in the election. 2. The time is approaching when human workers may be replaced by automatons. 3. A clever salesman will always ask a matron if her mother is at home. 4. The Western Plains used to abound with bison before those animals were slaughtered by settlers. 5. Man may be freed from backbreaking labor by the products of scientific technology. Week 1 Day 3. It's a man's world. How paradoxical that the world's greatest chefs have all been men. Cooking would clearly seem to be a field that lies exclusively within women's realm, yet the annals of cookery are replete with masculine names: Briot Savarin, Ritz, Dia, Larousse. To compound the puzzle, there has rarely been a tinge of rumor or scandal casting doubts on the masculinity of these heroes of cuisine. Sample sentences. 1. His gloom was now compounded by the failing mark on his geometry test. 2. The annals of sports are replete with the names of great black athletes. 3. One of the great paradoxes of American life is that though minority groups have suffered injustices, nowhere in the world have so many varied groups lived together so harmoniously. 4. A tinge of garlic is all that's necessary in most recipes. 5. The cruel king would not allow the prince to enter his realm, restricting him to the forest, which abounded with wild animals. Week 1 Day 4. How not to get your way. It is difficult to change someone's opinion by badgering him. The child who begs his mother to get off his back, when she implores him for some assistance with the household drudgery, may very well plead interminably for some special privilege when he wants something for himself. How paradoxical that neither is able to perceive that no one likes being nagged. Sample sentences. 1. She does her homework on Fridays to save herself from the drudgery of having to do it during the weekend. 2. The teacher continually badgered the pupil for the missing assignments. 3. The eminent scientist perceived difficulties in putting the invention into practice. 4. The sick child's mother implored the doctor to come immediately. 5. I listened to the boring lecture for what seemed an interminable 50 minutes. Week 2 Day 1. To the point. Calvin Coolidge, our 30th president, was named Silent Cal by reporters because of his laconic speech. One Sunday, after Mr. Coolidge had listened to an interminable sermon, a throng of newsmen gathered around him. An intrepid reporter accosted the chief executive. Mr. President, we know that the sermon was on the topic of sin. What did the minister say? He was against it, the reticent Coolidge replied. Sample sentences. 1. His speech was usually rambling, but this time I found it brief and laconic. 2. If a surly panhandler should accost you, keep on walking. 3. Even under repeated questioning, the witness remained reticent. 4. A howling throng of teenage girls surrounded the rap artists. 5. The corporal received the Silver Star for his intrepid deeds in combat. Week 2, Day 2. If I had the wings of an angel. Casting a furtive glance over his shoulder, the felon slipped out the main prison gate to be swallowed up in the British fog. A plethora of escapes from supposedly secure prisons embarrassed the hapless wardens. To compound their problems, the officials were badgered by irate citizens who accused the guards of accepting bribes from convicts whose motto was, "Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage." Sample sentences. 1. The hapless contest winner was unable to locate the lucky ticket. 2. My uncle was irate when the drunken driver swerved in front of us. 3. In a furtive manner she removed her shoes and tiptoed up to her room. 4. When the teacher asked why the homework had not been done, he was greeted by a plethora of incredible alibis. 5. Since the boss learned that Bob associated with a known felon, he fired him. Week 2, Day 3. Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde. Under the pretext of being a surgeon, he gained entry to the hospital. When interviewed by the director, he had to fabricate a tale of his medical experience, but he was so adroit at lying that he got away with it. It was not until the phony doctor began to gesticulate wildly with his scalpel that a vigilant nurse was able to detect the fraud. In the annals of medical history there have been a number of such cases. Sample sentences. 1. The shootings at Columbine High School made educators much more vigilant. 2. My nephew is quite adroit at making model airplanes. 3. Most fishermen can fabricate a story about the size of the one that got away. 4. Her pretext of being tired did not fool us for an instant. 5. I often marvel as I watch the traffic officer gesticulate at the onrushing cars. Week 2, Day 4. You've got to be a football expert. As an avid football fan, I try to see every game the Jets play. Whenever I can cajole my father into accompanying me, I try to do so. He has only a rudimentary knowledge of the game, and since I am steeped in it, I enjoy explaining its intricate details to him. It certainly does enhance your appreciation of football when you are aware of every nuance of the sport. Sample sentences. 1. Since my grasp of algebra is rudimentary, I cannot solve the problem. 2. The parakeet refused to be cajoled into entering her cage. 3. It will enhance your enjoyment of an opera if you know what the plot is about in advance. 4. In reading the satires of Jonathan Swift, one must be vigilant in order to catch each nuance. 5. Bill Clinton is an avid reader of mystery stories. Week 3, Day 1. The pep talk. If there's one thing I loathe, the coach said, it's a quitter. He had good reason to reprimand us at halftime, because the scoreboard revealed that we were losing, 45-20. Our lackluster performance indicated to him that we had forgotten the rudimentary aspects of basketball. His caustic remarks fired us up, however, and we dashed out, determined to wrest control of the game from our rivals. Sample sentences. 1. With the help of his brothers he was able to wrest the leadership of the company from his partner. 2. Speaking in a monotone, the politician was booed for his lackluster address. 3. In a caustic article, the drama critic slaughtered the hapless actors. 4. I loathe spinach but I love other green vegetables. 5. When Ed arrived late, he knew that the grocer would reprimand him. Week 3, Day 2. The handcuff is quicker than the eye. Slippery Eddie, the infamous pickpocket, was back at work, and every detective had to be especially vigilant. Eddie's technique was to jostle a victim toward a Confederate who would then slip the man's wallet out of his back pocket while Eddie was stammering an apology to the confused dupe. Within a week the incipient crime wave came to an end when Slippery Eddie inadvertently chose the chief of police for his victim. Although Eddie loathes Sing Sing, it's his permanent address now. Sample sentences. 1. By telling the truth, we stopped the incipient rumor from spreading. 2. The bombing of Pearl Harbor was referred to as an infamous deed. 3. The wealthy dupe consented to buy the often sold Brooklyn Bridge. 4. When he attempted to jostle the old lady, she struck him with her umbrella. 5. Through an inadvertent error, the guided missile sped out of control. Week 3, Day 3. Courtroom drama. There was an ominous silence when the jittery defendant rose in court. He explained in a tremulous voice what had led him to repudiate his confession made at the police station on the night of the crime. The audience began to buzz excitedly until the judge demanded a cessation of the noise. Although the district attorney bristled with anger, the defendant kept insisting that his rights had been violated because he had not been told that he could see a lawyer before confessing. Sample sentences. 1. After the weatherman had seen the ominous clouds, he prognosticated rain. 2. The general attempted to repudiate the testimony of the lieutenant, claiming that the young officer was not an authority on low-level bombing. 3. Upon seeing the snake, the cat began to bristle with fear. 4. The widow's tremulous hands revealed her nervousness. 5. The cessation of the bombing in Yugoslavia was urged by the Pope. Week 3, Day 4. Call me by my right name. My cousin refers to himself as a sanitary engineer, a euphemism for garbage collector. There are any number of people who try to find more respectable or glamorous titles for the mundane jobs they hold. It may seem incongruous to call an undertaker a condolence counselor, or to refer to a taxi driver as a transportation expediter, but some prefer those titles. As a matter of fact, our butcher has stipulated that from now on he wants to be known as a meat coordinator. He became irate when I inadvertently called him Butch. Sample sentences. 1. We repudiated the contract because it did not stipulate a cost of living bonus. 2. The word expired is a euphemism for died. 3. When my neighbor's dog was run over, we sent a condolence card. 4. The philosopher dealt with spiritual things, ignoring the mundane ones. 5. The play was so incongruous that it seemed to be the work of several authors. Week 4, Day 1. Mullins a KO victim. When the bell sounded, K.O. Mullins responded with alacrity. He sprang from his stool and charged across the ring, showing disdain for the champion's strength. Although this belligerent attitude impressed the referee, it failed to intimidate the champ. That intrepid battler laid the hapless Mullins low with an adroit feint and an uppercut. Sample sentences. 1. Y2K concerns of the January 1, 2000 problems with computers failed to intimidate our company. 2. The Germans were duped by the Allies' feint toward the south, leaving the way open for the Normandy invasion. 3. The waiter moved with alacrity because he perceived they were big tippers. 4. His belligerent manner caused him to lose one friend after another. 5. When the curtain came down, the critic's face registered the disdain she felt for the lackluster play. Week 4, Day 2. Mullins throws down the gauntlet. The pugnacious K.O. Mullins demanded a rematch. He took a full-page newspaper advertisement to promulgate his challenge. When the champ's manager saw the brash announcement, he accosted Mullins, who was surrounded by a throng of newsmen. The manager openly scoffed at Mullins and belittled his fighting ability. Mullins then lost his temper and fearlessly punched the manager, knocking him from his crutches. Sample sentences. 1. We implored the faculty advisor to promulgate the requirements for the presidency of the club. 2. My mother liked the salesman's brash personality, but he irritated most people. 3. I don't understand modern art, but I neither loathe nor scoff at it. 4. Since everyone can outpunch my cousin, he cannot afford to be pugnacious. 5. Although Ralph can't play, he doesn't hesitate to belittle the efforts of our football team. Week 4 Day 3. Mullins forced to eat humble pie. The irate 80-year-old manager pressed charges against K.O. Mullins, suing him for assault. As tangible evidence of the attack, he pointed to a deep laceration over his eyebrow that had required 10 stitches. When the case was brought before the court, the judge castigated Mullins for the sordid incident. In addition to a costly financial settlement, Mullins was required to make a public apology to the octogenarian. Sample sentences. 1. The medic reached into his kit to find a bandage for the ugly laceration. 2. Mr. Dixon belittled our request for tangible proof of his loyalty. 3. The kindly foreman was too reticent to openly castigate the clumsy new worker. 4. When the teenager announced her engagement to the octogenarian, the public suspected it to be a publicity stunt. 5. Stories of their sordid youth poured forth from the unhappy felons. Week 4 Day 4. The decline of Mullins. Mullins sought solace in whiskey. Once a highly respected aspirant for the lightweight crown, he now found himself associating with the dregs of Skid Row. He would work himself into an alcoholic frenzy in which he would trumpet scurrilous attacks on the champ, the old manager, and the judge. One avid fight fan attributed Mullins' absence from the ring to sickness, saying that he was recovering from a bad case of scotch. Sample sentences. 1. Vigilant censors protect the public from listening to scurrilous language on television. 2. The publisher scoffed at the reports that he was an aspirant for the job of Secretary of State. 3. In a frenzy, the teenager overturned every drawer while searching for the car keys. 4. At the bottom of the beautiful wine bottle, only the dregs remained. 5. In trying to offer solace to the pilot's wife, the reporter inadvertently made the situation worse. Week 5 Day 1. Cheating. During my first weeks at the new school, I observed that cheating was rampant. I had always considered it rather inane to cheat on a test because of my code of ethics, and because so much was at stake. Apparently the other students didn't concur. In fact, even the presence of a proctor did not intimidate them. Far from being a clandestine activity, the cheating was open and obvious. Sample sentences. 1. When the plague was rampant on the island, Dr. Aerosmith's wife died. 2. The spies thought their meeting was a clandestine one, but a throng of FBI agents gathered outside the building. 3. A special management committee was asked to investigate business ethics. 4. Orville Wright was criticized for his inane desire to fly. 5. If I can get my parents to concur, I'll join the Peace Corps. Week 5 Day 2. Cracking down. Mr. Dorsey, our new principal, determined to do something about the flagrant cheating at our high school. He issued bulletins and began to admonish those teachers who did not proctor alertly. Under duress, the faculty reported the names of the culprits. Several crib sheets were turned in as tangible evidence of the cheating. Mr. Dorsey's inexorable campaign against the wrongdoers seemed to be paying off. Sample sentences. 1. The culprit was caught with his fingers in the cookie jar. 2. Television sleuths are inexorable in their pursuit of lawbreakers. 3. The confession was signed under duress, the attorney claimed. 4. I suspect that my father will admonish me for coming home late. 5. Parking in front of a hydrant is a flagrant violation of the city's law. Week 5 Day 3. Star player is caught. The cheating scandal came to a head when Art Krause, our football captain, made the egregious mistake of getting caught cheating on a midterm exam. If Art were suspended for his part in that sordid affair, our chances for winning the city championship would go up in smoke. The distraught coach asked the principal to overlook Art's duplicity, but Mr. Dorsey replied in an acrimonious fashion that the players had been given a plethora of athletic instruction but a paucity of moral guidance. Sample sentences. 1. The bank teller's egregious error was difficult to correct. 2. We tried to ignore her acrimonious comments, but that took considerable restraint. 3. Duplicity is the stock in trade of all adroit counterspies. 4. Although it was a creative writing class, the teacher complained about the paucity of talent there. 5. The soldiers were distraught to learn that their furloughs had been cancelled. Week 5 Day 4. Our Pyrrhic Victory. Mr. Dorsey summoned a representative group of teachers and student leaders to his office in order to elicit their reactions to the suspension of the football captain. He told them that cheating was a pernicious disease that could not be tolerated at our school. He loathed having to discipline Art Krause so severely, but unless strict measures were taken, the student body would construe the incident as an open invitation to cheat with impunity. We may lose a football game, the principal said, but we can salvage our self-respect. Sample sentences. 1. The border guards allowed the doctor to cross the frontier with impunity. 2. It isn't easy to elicit answers from a sleepy class on Monday morning. 3. Dentists appreciate patients who can tolerate pain. 4. She hoped that we would not construe her decision to run for office as a thirst for power. 5. The dictator's pernicious rules failed to intimidate the leaders of the underground. Week 6 Day 1. The newspaper umbrella. Our neighbor is an affluent inventor whose latest brainstorm, a feasible umbrella substitute, has been featured in many magazines. As simply as the eye can discern, it is a hard plastic strip, about the size of a ruler, which fits comfortably into a woman's handbag or a man's suit jacket. If a person is caught in a sudden rainstorm, he swings the plastic open in the shape of a cross. Attached to each arm is a clip-like device. Next, he takes the newspaper he is carrying and slides it under each of the 4 clips. Now, equipped with a rigid head covering, he can sally forth to face the elements. To the consternation of the umbrella manufacturers, it has been enjoying a brisk sale, especially among commuters. If it continues to do well, it could have a pernicious effect upon the umbrella industry. Sample sentences. 1. Some prisoners planned a disturbance while others would sally toward the gate. 2. Under duress from the tax officer, the beggar admitted that he was truly affluent. 3. To the consternation of the sergeant, there was a paucity of volunteers for the dangerous mission. 4. It's feasible to build an electric auto, but wouldn't you need a terribly long extension cord? 5. When we could discern the city lights, we knew we were safe at last. Week 6 Day 2. Patent pending. My buddy Vern, a precocious automotive wizard, and I were inspired to do some inventing on our own. We thought it might be feasible to park a car parallel to a space on the street. Then, by pressing a button, we could raise the 4 tires off the ground slightly, while dropping 2 special wheels perpendicular to the curb. It would then be child's play to roll into the narrowest of parking spaces. We took the idea to Ed Green, who runs the Ford agency, in order to elicit his reaction. After a perfunctory glance at our plans, to our chagrin Ed snorted that our idea was inane, but we decided that he was just jealous of our brilliance. Tomorrow we are going to start on a computer that will enable us to measure the intelligence of perverse automobile dealers who like to deride the efforts of junior geniuses. Sample sentences. 1. The children in Shakespeare's plays are so precocious that they all sound like grandparents. 2. Edith gave only perfunctory attention to the new millennium, skipping our New Year's Eve party. 3. The Wright brothers didn't become distraught when a skeptic would deride their work. 4. When I correct my kid brother's math errors, he is perverse enough to insist that he is right. 5. To the chagrin of many taxpayers, some citizens seem to cheat the government with impunity. Week 6 Day 3. Hold that Nobel Prize. Speaking of inventions and discoveries, I just learned that an eminent scientist in Ohio has developed a pill that contains all the nutritive value of 3 complete meals. In addition to providing us with the vitamins and minerals we need daily, this pill also gives a feeling of fullness. According to its sponsors, the pill will nourish and satisfy. I hate to disparage such a laudable achievement, but to me it seems like a most objectionable discovery. Rather than a scientific triumph, I'd be inclined to label it as an egregious blunder, a scientific disaster, a laboratory fiasco. Is there anyone in his right mind who thinks that a pill can replace the pleasures of devouring hot cornbread, masticating on a thick steak, biting into crisp French fries, or attacking a chocolate sundae? I'm afraid that this is one pill I'll have to eschew from chewing. Sample sentences. 1. The paradox is that Javert's inexorable pursuit of Jean Valjean was both laudable and despicable. 2. The affluent store owner disparaged the efforts of his small competitor, saying that he could always tolerate that kind of rivalry. 3. To aid in digestion, you must masticate each piece of meat 12 times. 4. In an acrimonious letter, her father described the project as a complete fiasco. 5. Once he sought the limelight, but now he eschews all interviews. 6. Day 4. Perfect products. I guess we'll never be able to quell those persistent rumors about the invention of auto tires that will never wear out, stockings that cannot tear, and pens that won't run dry. A voluble economist informed me that such products will never be marketed. Can you imagine, he asked, a manufacturer cutting his own throat? Why would he sell you an item that you will never have to replace? No, my confidant whispered, it's part of their scheme of planned obsolescence to sell you merchandise with a limited lifespan in order to keep you coming back for more. I am dubious about the existence of those perfect products, but then I'm from Missouri. Sample sentences. 1. When the duplicity was revealed, the jury became dubious about Ed's innocence. 2. In order to quell the riot, the police sallied forth with tear gas. 3. A teenage boy's father should be his true confidant. 4. The obsolescence built into many products could be regarded as a flagrant insult toward the duped consumer. 5. I could not doze in the chair because of the voluble barber. Week 7 Day 1. Much ado about a haircut. Perhaps you read about our school in the newspapers. We were one of the first to have a showdown on the topic of long hair for boys. 2 honor students, Ron Harris and Len Chester, were sent to the principal by their French teacher, an implacable foe of nonconformists, who went into a paroxysm of anger when she spied the boys in the hall. At first it seemed like a simple case. The school would reprimand the boys for their reprehensible appearance and order them to cut their hair or be suspended. But the boys' parents decided that the school had overstepped its jurisdiction. They took their case to the newspapers. What had started as a local skirmish now began to take on the appearance of a full-scale war. Sample sentences. 1. The detective was implacable in his search for the murder weapon. 2. Saying that it was beyond his jurisdiction, Judge Klein refused to rule on the case. 3. In a paroxysm of rage, the tenant stormed out of the landlord's office. 4. The precocious boy enjoyed an intellectual skirmish with his elders. 5. The brash student was forced to apologize for her reprehensible conduct. Week 7 Day 2. The tempest spills out of the teapot. Once the newspapers got the story, the case of the Longhairs became a cause célèbre. Ron and Len were interviewed, seen on TV, and regarded by their fellow students as heroes. These are not delinquents or hoods. One reporter wrote, but clean-cut American boys who are being harassed by a monolithic school system. A caustic editorial referred to the school's decision as arbitrary and inane. A false story even circulated about the boys being rock and roll performers whose indigent families needed their salaries. Finally, the Civil Liberties Union jumped into the fray with a court order stipulating that the principal be required to show cause why the boys should not be allowed to return to class. Sample sentences. 1. After the fray, the feuding families agreed to patch up their differences. 2. The indigent client was surprised when she was accosted by her social worker in the elegant restaurant. 3. To my mind the decision was unreasonable and arbitrary. 4. George Orwell's 1984 depicts a frightening, monolithic government. 5. If anonymous telephone callers harass you, the phone company will give you an unlisted number. Week 7 Day 3. Haircut Dilemma. The school authorities were stymied. Public opinion had been marshaled against them. No longer was it a simple case of disciplining two wayward lads. Suddenly it had taken on the appearance of a nightmare, in which the principal was either hanged in effigy or pictured in cartoons, making a villainous swipe at the two innocent Samsons. But the officials could not allow Ron and Len to flout their authority with impunity. Members of the school board concurred with the principal's action, but they were cognizant of the popular support for the boys. Clearly a compromise was called for to resolve the turbulent situation. Sample sentences. 1. Coach of losing team hanged in effigy. 2. Cause of cancer continues to stymie doctors. 3. FBI cognizant of clandestine gangland meeting. 4. Many motorists flout traffic laws, study reveals. 5. Turbulent atmosphere in angry Senate chamber. Week 7 Day 4. Happy ending. Following an executive session, the school board ordered the principal to terminate the suspension, and to send the boys back to class forthwith. Unless it could be shown that their presence disrupted the learning process, there was no reason to bar the boys. It was a bitter pill to swallow for the principal, whose irritation was exacerbated by the ruling. But some of the sting was taken out of the victory when the boys appeared in school the next day, with their hair clipped to a respectable length. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just as things were about to revert to normalcy, however, the same French teacher then demanded that a girl be ousted from school for wearing a mini-skirt. Sample sentences. 1. It seemed incongruous to terminate his employment just when he was so successful. 2. Upon seeing the show, he called the TV studio forthwith to protest. 3. The ushers moved with alacrity to oust the disorderly patrons. 4. After taking the drug, she began to revert to the days of her childhood. 5. The arrest of the spy did much to exacerbate relations between the two countries. Week 8 Day 1. Enter Dr. Thomas A. Dooley. In 1956, Look magazine named Thomas Dooley as one of the year's 10 most outstanding men. Just under 30 years of age at the time, Dr. Dooley had already distinguished himself by caring for 500,000 sick and emaciated Vietnamese refugees. When fighting broke out in the divided country of Vietnam, the Northern Communist Viet Minh forces surged southward, scattering thousands of refugees before them. At the time, Dr. Dooley was a lieutenant, assigned to a tranquil naval hospital in Yokosuka, Japan. Forthwith he volunteered for duty on a Navy ship that had been chosen to transport the refugees to sanctuary in Saigon. The curtain was beginning to ascend on Dooley's real career. Sample sentences. 1. The emaciated residents of the Warsaw Ghetto managed to win several skirmishes from the Nazis. 2. A firecracker terminated the tranquil climate of the neighborhood. 3. When Richard III violated the sanctuary of the church to seize the princes, he exceeded his jurisdiction. 4. Chicago put its heaviest players up front, but they were helpless as the Giants' line surged toward them. 5. Inexorably the determined climber began to ascend the Himalayan peak. Week 8 Day 2. Dooley's mission. Aboard the refugee ship, Dooley's destiny took shape. He became painfully cognizant of the malnutrition, disease, ignorance, and fear that afflicted the natives. In addition, he discerned how active the communists had been in spreading their anti-American propaganda. Tom Dooley pitched in to build shelters in Haiphong, and to comfort the poor Vietnamese there, before that besieged city fell to the powerful Viet Minh forces. He was seemingly unconcerned by the many privations he had to endure. For his services, Dooley received the U.S. Navy's Legion of Merit. He told the story of this exciting experience in Deliver Us from Evil, a bestseller that alerted America to the plight of the Vietnamese as well as to the sinister menace of communism. Sample sentences. 1. The stool pigeon, the detective's confidant, told him about the sinister plot. 2. By running up a white flag, the besieged troops indicated their desire to withdraw from the fray. 3. Citizens of several Kentucky mountain communities are afflicted by the worst poverty in the nation. 4. The emaciated prisoners were obviously suffering from advanced malnutrition. 5. Albert Schweitzer endured considerable privation as a jungle doctor. Week 8, Day 3. Stymied by personal sickness. After an extensive lecture tour in 1956, Dr. Dooley returned to Laos to set up a mobile medical unit. Because the Geneva Agreement barred the entrance of military personnel to the country, he resigned from the Navy and went to work as a civilian. That story is told in The Edge of Tomorrow. Next year, despite a growing illness, the ubiquitous Dooley turned up in the remote village of Muang Sing, attempting to thwart his traditional enemies. Disease, dirt, ignorance, starvation, and hoping to quell the spread of communism. But his trained medical eye soon told him that the pain in his chest and back was a harbinger of a malignant cancer. Sample sentences. 1. Sprinting all over the court, the ubiquitous referee called one foul after another. 2. Ben's reprehensible table manners led his fraternity brothers to seat him in a remote corner of the dining room. 3. The excellent soup was a harbinger of the delicious meal to follow. 4. In an attempt to thwart the voracious ants, he surrounded his house with a moat of burning oil. 5. The surgeon finally located the malignant tumor that had afflicted his patient for many months. Week 8, Day 4. Promises to keep. From August 1959 until his death in January 1961, Dooley suffered almost continuous, excruciating pain. His normal weight of 180 was cut in half, and even the pain-killing drugs could no longer bring relief. Knowing that he did not have long to live, Dr. Dooley worked without respite on behalf of Medico, the organization he had founded to bring medical aid and hope to the world's sick and needy. The lines of Robert Frost kept reverberating in his mind, during those fretful days. The woods are lovely, dark and deep. But I have promises to keep. And miles to go before I sleep. When he finally succumbed, millions throughout the world were stunned and grief-stricken by the tragedy. Sample sentences. 1. With excruciating slowness, the minute hand inched its way around the clock. 2. The rescue team heard the miner's voice reverberating through the caves. 3. Around income tax time fretful faces are ubiquitous. 4. The voluble insurance salesman gave my father no respite. 5. Besieged by debts, the corporation finally had to succumb to bankruptcy. Week 9, Day 1. Just spell the name correctly. P.T. Barnum, the great circus impresario, was once accosted by a woman, who showed him a scurrilous manuscript about himself, and said that unless he paid her, she would have the book printed. Barnum rejected the extortion attempt. Say what you please, he replied, but make sure that you mention me in some way. Then come to me and I will estimate the value of your services as a publicity agent. Barnum obviously felt that adverse criticism was an asset for a public figure. A man who seeks the limelight should not care what is written about him, but should be concerned only when they stop writing about him. Barnum's philosophy suggests that we might do well to review the plethora of publicity given to rabble-rousers and bigots. Sample sentences. 1. When the business manager was accused of extortion, his colleagues sought to oust him from the firm. 2. The eminent impresario brought many cultural spectacles to our shores. 3. Attacked by the irate crowd, the bigot asked the police for sanctuary. 4. President Obama found that texting was an asset to his communication skills. 5. It was excruciatingly painful for the actors to read the adverse reviews that their performances had received. Week 9, Day 2. Bigots get publicity. Today, the blatant bigot, the leader of a lunatic fringe, and the hate-monger, each with his tiny entourage, find it relatively easy to attract publicity. Newspapers give space to the virulent activities of those agitators, on the grounds that they are newsworthy. TV producers and radio executives, seeking for sensationalism, often extend a welcome to such controversial characters. Yes, said the host of one such program, we invite bigots, but it is only for the purpose of making them look ridiculous, by displaying their inane policies to the public. Some civic-minded organizations have answered, however, that the hosts are not always equipped to demolish those guests, and even if they were, the audience would still be exposed to the venom they spew forth. Sample sentences. 1. The visiting dictator's ubiquitous entourage of bodyguards disturbed our tranquil city. 2. Europe's population was afflicted by a virulent plague known as the Black Death. 3. From each candidate's headquarters acrimonious charges would spew forth daily. 4. Clyme Yeobright's mother succumbed to the venom of a snake bite. 5. With blatant discourtesy the reporters continued to harass the bereaved family. Week 9 Day 3. Coping with bigots. Suppose a bigot wished to organize a meeting in your neighborhood. Since we cherish freedom of speech, we are loath to deny the request, even if he preaches hatred. As a result, hate-mongers are given the opportunity to rent halls, conduct meetings, publish abusive literature, and solicit contributions. What can be done about them? One astute observer, Professor S. Andhill Feinberg, advocates the quarantine method. His plan is to give such groups no publicity and to ignore them completely. Without the warmth of the spotlight, he feels that the bigot will freeze and become ineffectual. Debating with such warped minds is not feasible and only tends to exacerbate the situation. Sample sentences. 1. Since we felt that the ruling was arbitrary, we were loath to obey it. 2. Daily the volunteers went out to solicit funds for the indigent families. 3. My neighbor was astute enough to discern the adverse features of the mortgage. 4. The general was sure to advocate that we give the enemy no respite from the bombings. 5. The play was so blatantly bad that the impresario fired its ineffectual director. Week 9 Day 4. More than silence. The quarantine method for handling bigots implies more than giving them the silent treatment. Professor Feinberg urges community relations organizations to scrutinize the nefarious activities of hate-mongers, and to be prepared to furnish information about them to amicable inquirers. When a rabble-rouser is coming, those organizations should privately expose him to opinion molders. In addition, constructive efforts should be taken to induce people to involve themselves in projects for improving intergroup relations. Bigger than the vexatious immediate problem, is the need to find out the cause for such bigotry and to counteract this sinister malady, that afflicts a segment of our society. Sample sentences. 1. The vexatious buzzing of the mosquitoes as they surged about our heads nearly drove us insane. 2. Our amicable relations with Latin America are an asset to hemispheric trade. 3. Once the virulent malady had run its course, my temperature dropped. 4. We were distraught upon hearing the venom spewed forth by the nefarious bigot. 5. No sooner did the lawyer scrutinize the extortion note than she called the police. Week 10 Day 1. Jerry Hart's sixth sense. An uneasy feeling had made Jerry Hart miserable all day long. It was difficult to explain, but the similar sensations in the past had been accurate. Trouble was on the way. Just as some people can predict the onset of inclement weather because of an aching in their bones, so could Jerry detect incipient disaster. He sat at his desk, trying to peruse a company report, but his efforts were ineffectual. The gnawing at his insides, the tinge of uneasiness, the premonition of calamity that besieged him would not desist. When the phone rang, he recoiled with fear. It was his wife and she was hysterical. Their son had been bitten by a mad dog. Sample sentences. 1. After being admonished by his father, he began to peruse the want ads daily. 2. When the black cat crossed her path, Ellen had a premonition of disaster. 3. The pickets promulgated a warning that they would not desist in their efforts to enhance their standard of living. 4. As the snake prepared to strike, the girls recoil in horror. 5. She blamed her absence from the game on the inclement weather, but we knew that was sour grapes. Week 10, Day 2. Crisis. As soon as Jerry Hart could get the pertinent facts from his wife, he dashed out of the office and his way home. He jostled people in the hallway, implored the elevator operator to hurry, and with flagrant disregard for an elderly gentleman jumped into the cab he had hailed. The 20-minute taxi ride seemed interminable, and all the while horrible thoughts occurred to Jerry. Visions of an ugly mastiff with foaming jaws obsessed him. A crowd of people had gathered in front of his house, so that Jerry had to force his way through them. Little Bobby was on his bed, surrounded by a doctor, a policeman, Jerry's doleful wife, his 2 daughters, and a half-dozen wan neighbors. Sample sentences. 1. The stockbroker was obsessed with the idea of becoming a painter. 2. My nervous neighbor bought a pugnacious mastiff to frighten burglars. 3. Doleful expressions abounded throughout headquarters on the night of the election. 4. During the trial, the astute lawyer was able to elicit the pertinent information from the key witness. 5. After the tension, his normally ruddy face was wan and tired. Week 10, Day 3. A time for decision. The doctor explained the situation calmly, avoiding histrionics. First of all, they didn't know whether the dog had rabies. Secondly, the elusive dog had frustrated all attempts to find him so far. Finally, the decision would have to be made, whether Bobby was to undergo the painful vaccination administered daily for 2 weeks. Mrs. Hart said that a neighbor who had seen the dog, claimed that it had been foaming at the mouth, barking, and growling constantly. All symptomatic of rabies, but the policeman interjected that there hadn't been a case of a mad dog in the county in over 20 years. He repudiated the neighbor's report, advocating that they do nothing for at least another day. Mr. and Mrs. Hart sat down to think about their next step. Sample sentences. 1. The warden frustrated the prisoner's attempt to escape by adding more guards. 2. Most viewers hate it when a commercial is interject into a suspense drama. 3. Saying that he would not tolerate her histrionics, the director fired the temperamental actress. 4. All his life he found happiness elusive, but wealth easy to come by. 5. The sordid rioting was symptomatic of the problems facing the large cities. Week 10, Day 4. The pertinent facts about rabies. Give me some of the rudimentary information about the disease, Doc, said Jerry, glancing toward the inert figure of his son. Well, as you know, the malady used to be called hydrophobia. Fear of water, because one of the symptoms is an inability to swallow liquids. Actually, it is caused by a live virus from the saliva of an infected animal. If saliva gets into a bite wound, the victim may get rabies. The virus travels along the nerves to the spine and brain. Once the salient characteristics appear, 10 days to 6 months, then death is imminent. What are the symptoms? Asked Mrs. Hart. Pain and numbness, difficulty in swallowing, headaches and nervousness. Also, muscle spasms and convulsions. The squeamish neighbors who were engrossed in the doctor's remarks gasped. I think we should go ahead with the injections. The distraught Mrs. Hart said. I've heard enough. Sample sentences. 1. The senator loathed it when people said that an atomic war was imminent. 2. When his squeamish partner complained about a lack of ethics, the businessman laughed at his innocence. 3. Engrossed in his crossword puzzle, he failed to notice the paucity of customers in the restaurant. 4. One of the salient features of her poetry is a dependence upon euphemisms. 5. Seeing the inert player, the manager dashed out onto the field. Week 11, Day 1. The search for the dog continued. Meanwhile, the Harts had notified the local radio stations to broadcast a poignant appeal for the dog's owner to come forward. The station was inundated with phone calls, but all leads were fruitless. From what Bobby had told them, a huge dog had leapt out from a red station wagon in the supermarket's parking lot. After biting Bobby, it vanished. The 6-year-old was too concerned with the bites he had received to see where the dog disappeared to. The boy's story was garbled, but he did remember that the animal was gray and had a collar. There was little tangible evidence to go on, but the police remained sanguine. Sample sentences. 1. The sermon was poignant enough to bring tears to the brash delinquent's eyes. 2. Although the message was garbled, its salient points were clear enough. 3. After a fruitless attempt to wrest control of the government, the traitors were incarcerated. 4. Even though his boat was almost inundated, the skipper was loath to radio for help. 5. Because the malignancy had gone unchecked, the surgeons were not sanguine about the patient's chances. Week 11, Day 2. No relief. The normally phlegmatic Jerry Hart was deeply upset. 24 hours had passed without result, and even if the rabies could not be corroborated, Jerry was determined to see that his son received the vaccine. At the suggestion of some friends, he organized a comprehensive search party, zealously fanning out in circles around the supermarket. They knocked on every door, inspected every dog, and came back empty-handed. Although the Harts were sick with worry, they had to be coerced into going to sleep. Little Bobby seemed to be in great spirits. The excruciating vigil continued. Sample sentences. 1. Harriet's egregious error disturbed even her phlegmatic employer. 2. The fundraiser was so zealous that he solicited money from a Salvation Army Santa Claus. 3. In order to get the job, you had to go through the drudgery of filling out a 10-page comprehensive questionnaire. 4. The elusive fugitive was coerced by his attorney into surrendering. 5. Even the swindler's nefarious accomplice refused to corroborate his alibi. Week 11, Day 3. The police find the dog. 40 hours had elapsed before the police work and the publicity paid off. By meticulously checking the registrations of every red station wagon in the neighborhood and then cross-checking dog licenses, the police narrowed the search to 4 owners. After a few telephone calls, the apologetic owner was located and directed to bring her muzzled German Shepherd to the Hart domicile. Bobby identified the dog, and the animal was taken to a veterinary's clinic to have the necessary tests performed. The lax owner, Mrs. McGraw, admitted that the dog had a sporadic mean streak, but she scoffed at the idea of rabies. Jerry Hart noticed for the first time in 2 days that his uneasy feeling had departed. Sample sentences. 1. Inadvertently, Emma had allowed 2 months to elapse before paying her rent. 2. The lackluster battle was punctuated by sporadic mortar fire. 3. A man's domicile is his castle. 4. Because the watchman was lax, thievery was rampant at the warehouse. 5. The meticulous musician had nothing but disdain for his disorganized friends. Week 11, Day 4. All's well that ends well. The Harts were greatly relieved to learn that the rash conjecture about the dog was not true. Because the German Shepherd was not rabid, the necessity for the painful treatment was obviated. The police gave the dog's owner a summons for allowing the animal to go unmuzzled. Little Bobby was treated to an ice cream sundae and a Walt Disney double feature. The neighbors searched for other lurid happenings, and Jerry Hart went back to his office. What kind of dog was that? His secretary asked. Oh, his bark was worse than his bite, quipped Jerry. Sample sentences. 1. It was sheer conjecture on the detective's part, but it led to the arrest of the vexatious counterfeiters. 2. The newspaper switched from mundane coverage to lurid reporting. 3. It was exceedingly rash of the lightweight to insult the belligerent longshoreman. 4. The necessity for preparing sandwiches was obviated when the picnic was postponed. 5. Hamlet remembered that Yorick was always ready with a lusty quip. Week 12, Day 1. Off-Broadway. When Monty Zilch told his boss, Mr. Foy, that he was quitting as an accountant to become an actor, the man was convulsed with laughter. After Mr. Foy realized that Monty was obsessed with the idea, he became quite serious, launching into a diatribe on the importance of responsibility in the younger generation. Monty confessed that he had been developing ulcers as an accountant, and when his psychiatrist suggested that the sickness was a result of inhibitions, Monty agreed. Now a fortuitous opportunity to get into show business required Monty to make an immediate decision. Mr. Foy stormed out of the office, muttering incoherently about hippies, beatniks, and others of that ilk. Sample sentences. 1. When a large expenditure is imminent, my father goes into a long diatribe on the need for economy. 2. It is often fruitless to argue with racists, bigots, and others of that ilk. 3. Since the patient's speech was garbled and incoherent, we could only conjecture as to his message. 4. The meeting was a fortuitous one, but the jealous husband construed it as prearranged and clandestine. 5. After 2 drinks the usually phlegmatic dentist lost all his inhibition. Week 12 Day 2. An all-round man. The need for a decision came about when Monty was invited to join a prestigious summer stock company, starting in mid-June. As a mature apprentice, he would be required to take tickets, paint scenery, prepare placards, assist with lighting, costumes, and props, and carry an occasional spear in a walk-on role. Since the company would stage 5 major plays during the summer, as well as a half-dozen shows for children, there was a chance that Monty might actually get a part before too many weeks had elapsed. In addition, he would be attending the drama classes that were an integral part of the summer theater. The remuneration would be nominal, but at last Monty Zilch would be fulfilling a lifelong ambition. Sample sentences. 1. The police posted a placard asking all citizens to desist from looting. 2. A salient feature of the prestigious company's success was its fair treatment of employees. 3. Derek Jeter's remuneration from the New York Yankees made him a millionaire many times over. 4. For allowing his ferocious mastiff to appear on a commercial, the trainer was paid a nominal sum. 5. She seemed to be an unimportant member of the president's entourage, but actually she played an integral role in White House affairs. Week 12 Day 3. From ledgers to scripts. During the first weeks of the summer, Monty Zilch didn't even have time to consider whether he had made an egregious mistake. He was too engrossed with his work, performing 1,001 odd jobs around the theater. First there was the opening production of A Chorus Line, then 2 weeks of The Fantastics, followed by a poignant diary of Anne Frank, which did excellent business. All through those weeks, Monty painted, carried, nailed, collected, ran, studied, and perspired. He had expunged all traces of debits and credits from his mind, burying himself in the more flamboyant world of the theater. Accounting became anathema to him as the schism between his present utopia and his former drudgery widened. Sample sentences. 1. In Lost Horizon, a character recoiled at the idea of living in a utopia. 2. A pernicious schism developed between the two sisters. 3. The traitor's name was anathema in his father's domicile. 4. Our theatrical pages were inundated with press releases from the flamboyant producer. 5. After having made the rash statements, the senator wished that he could expunge them from the record. 12 Day 4. Irony for Merriweather. At last, Monty's chance to perform came. He had played the timorous lion in a truncated version of The Wizard of Oz, which the apprentices had staged. But now there was an open audition to cast the final show of the season. It was to be a jaunty original comedy, given a summer tryout prior to a Broadway opening. Monty, who by now had adopted the stage name of Monty Merriweather, read for the producers, hoping to get the part of the hero's fractious landlord. Unfortunately, the competition was too rough, but the director assigned Monty to a less ostentatious part. And so for the first 2 weeks in September the stage-struck accountant had a 2-minute, 2-line part. What was his role? The hero's accountant. Sample sentences. 1. It is frustrating to have one's lengthy remarks printed in truncated form. 2. With his cap set at a jaunty angle, the amicable sailor strutted down the street. 3. In an ostentatious display of histrionics the star refused to perform. 4. Under duress, the normally timorous husband was coerced into demanding a raise. 5. Roger's fractious behavior compounded the bad relationship he had already had with his partner. Week 13, Day 1. A visit to the President. In the winter of 1941, Enrico Fermi and a number of other distinguished scientists importuned President Franklin Roosevelt for authorization to begin an all-out effort in atomic energy research. The scientists were alarmed by incontrovertible evidence of surreptitious German experiments, and they asked for speedy approval. Italian-born Enrico Fermi was the ideal man to lead the atomic research. Already in 1938 he had won the Nobel Prize for work with radioactive elements and neutron bombardment. Fermi had found a haven from the fascists. His wife was Jewish, and he knew that if the Germans were the first to develop an atomic bomb it would mean that Hitler could subjugate the entire world. The international race for atomic supremacy was on. Sample sentences. 1. Although Eddie was not sanguine about his chances, he continued to importune his boss for a winter vacation. 2. In inclement weather our barn is a haven for many animals. 3. The dictator used duplicity in order to subjugate his rivals. 4. With a surreptitious movement, the meticulous bookkeeper emptied the ashtray. 5. The expert's incontrovertible testimony corroborated the police report. Week 13, Day 2. The ultimate weapon takes shape. Enrico Fermi designed a device that could eventuate in a chain reaction. It consisted of layers of graphite, alternated with chunks of uranium. The uranium emitted neutrons, and the graphite slowed them down. Holes were left for long cadmium safety rods. By withdrawing those control rods, Fermi could speed up the production of neutrons, thus increasing the number of uranium atoms that would be split. Fission. When the rods were withdrawn to a critical point, then the neutrons would be produced so fast that the graphite and cadmium could not absorb them. In that manner a chain reaction would result. Slowly, Fermi's first atomic pile began to grow in a subterranean room at Columbia University. The big question remained, was it viable? Sample sentences. 1. A thorough investigation eventuated in a comprehensive report. 2. After 2 years of confinement in a subterranean dungeon, the prisoner was thin and wan. 3. The mayor issued a diatribe against companies whose smokestacks emit poisonous fumes. 4. Gaining better housing for all was the ultimate goal of the zealous reformer. 5. When the schism in the company was healed, a viable arrangement was worked out. Week 13, Day 3. The squash court experiment. As the pile grew, so did the entire project. Fermi moved his materials to an abandoned squash court under a football stadium at the University of Chicago. His pace accelerated because they were proceeding on the premise that the Germans were close to atomic success. 6 weeks after the pile had been started, its critical size was reached. 3 brave young men jeopardized their lives by ascending the pile, ready to cover it with liquid cadmium if anything went wrong. Almost 50 scientists and several incredulous observers mounted a balcony to watch. One physicist remained on the floor. It was his job to extract the final cadmium control rod. Unbearable tension permeated the atmosphere. Fermi completed his calculations, waited for a propitious moment, and then gave the signal. Sample sentences. 1. Acting on the premise that there were no burglars around, the police became quite lax. 2. After I had perused the Yankee lineup, I was incredulous about their chances of winning. 3. The trapeze artist was squeamish about having to jeopardize his life. 4. A terrible odor that was impossible to expunge permeated the skunk handler's clothing. 5. At a propitious moment the flamboyant movie star made her grand entrance. Week 13, Day 4. The Italian navigator lands. The chain reaction took place precisely as Enrico Fermi had surmised. After 28 minutes he curtailed the experiment, giving the signal to replace the control rod. The normally reserved scientists, unable to repress their excitement, let out a tremendous cheer and gathered around Fermi to shake his hand. Although it was time to celebrate, some of the men remarked soberly that the world would never be the same again. On December 2, 1942, the news of Fermi's achievement was relayed in a cryptic telephone message. The Italian navigator has reached the New World. And how did he find the natives? Very friendly. The atomic age was inchoate. But truly here. Sample sentences. 1. Publication of the lurid magazine was curtailed by the district attorney. 2. Although his remarks appeared cryptic at first, we began to see how really pertinent they were. 3. I had to repress my desire to interject my criticism during the debate. 4. Edna had surmised that she would be charged a nominal sum and so she was outraged when she got the bill. 5. The young couple was disappointed to see the inchoate state of their new house. Week 14, Day 1. Sunday morning at Pearl Harbor. At breakfast time on Sunday morning, December 7, 1941, Dory Miller was serving coffee aboard the battleship West Virginia. Dory was black, and the highest job to which he could then aspire in the U.S. Navy was that of messman. While Dory was technically a member of a great fighting fleet, he was not expected to fight. Most Army and Navy officers inveighed against blacks as fighting men. Although blacks were nettled by such overt prejudice, Dory Miller apparently accepted being relegated to the role of a mess hall servant. Now, as he poured the coffee, Dory was wondering why the airplanes above were making so much noise on a peaceful Sunday morning. Sample sentences. 1. Although the comic's quips seemed to be mild, they began to nettle the nightclub's owner. 2. I had a premonition that Eli would aspire to the position of captain. 3. The pickets agreed to inveigh against the law that curtailed their freedom. 4. Overt acts of violence by the prisoner jeopardized his parole. 5. When they tried to relegate the star to a minor role she was furious. Week 14, Day 2. The infamous attack. The coffee cups suddenly went spinning as an explosion knocked Dory Miller flat on his back. Jumping up from his supine position, the powerfully built messman from Waco, Texas, headed for the deck. Everywhere that Dory looked he saw smoke and mammoth warships lying on their sides. Overhead dozens of Japanese dive bombers controlled the skies without a U.S. plane to repulse their attack. The havoc was enormous. Without hesitating, Dory joined a team that was feeding ammunition to a machine gunner who was making an ineffectual attempt to protect their battleship from being razed by the torpedo planes. Sample sentences. 1. From a supine position, the hunter emitted the animal's mating call. 2. Following the revolution, the people raised the subterranean dungeons of the dictator. 3. Management is sure to repulse any request for increased remuneration. 4. Mammoth placards announced the opening of the new movie. 5. The virulent plague caused havoc among the populace. Week 14, Day 3. The heroism of Dory Miller. Men all around Miller were succumbing to the lethal spray of Japanese bullets. He dragged his captain to safety and turned back to see that the machine gunner had been killed. Dory took the big gun and trained it on the incoming bombers. Within the space of 10 minutes he was credited with destroying 4 bombers while dodging the bullets of their fighter escorts. The enemy scurried away, having struck the incisive blow that precipitated U.S. entrance into World War II. Amidst the dead bodies and the ruined fleet were the heroes such as Dory Miller. The Navy had told him that he did not have to fight, but he hadn't listened. The Navy had attempted to stereotype him, but Dory changed all that. Sample sentences. 1. Our editor castigated the proposal with his incisive commentary. 2. Poe's hero watched the rats scurry across his inert body. 3. The jockey received a lethal kick from the fractious horse. 4. A quarrel was precipitated among the relatives after they heard the terms of the reprehensible will. 5. The laconic Clint Eastwood is a stereotype of the strong, silent Western hero. Week 14, Day 4. For distinguished devotion to duty. Some months later, Dory Miller was serving on an aircraft carrier when Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander of the Pacific Fleet, came aboard to preside over a special awards ceremony. In stentorian tones, the Admiral presented Miller with the prestigious Navy Cross, commending him for a singular act of valor and disregard for his own personal safety. Miller's heroism helped to shatter the bias against African Americans in the armed forces. Although he could have accepted a sinecure at a U.S. naval base, Dory chose to remain in the combat zone where he was killed in action in December, 1943. Sample sentences. 1. The director was ousted from his sinecure when he angered the mayor. 2. In his customary stentorian tones, the sergeant reprimanded those who thought the army was a haven for incompetence. 3. The word, surrender, is anathema to people of valor. 4. A viable peace was brought about as a result of the diplomat's singular contribution. 5. The bigot's bias precipitated a fistfight. Week 15, Day 1. Denny Escobado goes to jail. In 1960, a young Chicagoan, Denny Escobado, was given a 20-year jail sentence for first-degree murder. Denny had confessed to complicity in the killing of his brother-in-law after the police had refused to allow him to see his lawyer. Actually, Denny was tricked into blaming a friend for the liquidation of his sister's husband, thereby establishing himself as an accomplice. Despite the fact that Denny later recanted his confession, he was found culpable and jailed. Denny had been stereotyped as a hoodlum and nobody raised an eyebrow over the hapless felon's troubles. Sample sentences. 1. Proceeding on the premise that the broker was guilty of complicity in the swindle, the detective followed him surreptitiously. 2. After the liquidation of the gang leader, a mammoth conflict arose among his ambitious lieutenants who aspired to be boss. 3. Once the incontrovertible evidence was offered, the servant was held culpable in the theft of the jewels. 4. When the clergyman refused to recant, his superiors were so nettled that they relegated him to an isolated parish in Alaska. 5. Although he was judged as a minor accomplice, the driver had actually played an integral part in planning the crime. Week 15, Day 2. Escobado's lawyer appeals. Barry Kroll, a Chicago lawyer, took an interest in Denny Escobado's case. Kroll felt that his client's rights under the Constitution had been abrogated. Since the alleged accomplice, Escobado, had been denied access to an attorney, Kroll asked the courts to invalidate the conviction. He proposed that lawyers be entitled to sit in when the police question a suspect, but the Illinois courts rejected that, on the grounds that it would effectively preclude all questioning by legal authorities. If such a law were upheld, the police felt that it would play havoc with all criminal investigations. Sample sentences. 1. The manager was distraught when he realized that the slugger's sickness would preclude a World Series victory. 2. It is symptomatic of some newspapers that an alleged criminal is regarded in print as guilty. 3. The wealthy uncle decided to abrogate his inane nephew's sinecure. 4. The general was sure to invalidate the court-martial's decision once he learned of the flagrant bias of the presiding officer. 5. Once the druggist had been duped into opening the store, the addict gained access to the pep pills. Week 15, Day 3. An historic Supreme Court ruling. Lawyer Kroll persevered in his defense of Denny Escobado. The case was argued before the Supreme Court, and in 1964, in a landmark decision, the court reversed Denny's conviction. Legal aid, said the judges, must be instantly available to a suspect. A system of law enforcement that comes to depend on the confession. One justice declared, will, in the long run, be less reliable than a system that depends on extrinsic evidence independently secured through skillful investigation. A justice who declaimed against the decision said, however, I think the rule is ill-conceived and that it seriously fetters perfectly legitimate methods of criminal enforcement. Sample sentences. 1. Collectors avidly sought the rare coin for its extrinsic value. 2. If we persevere, we can overcome many of our inhibitions. 3. The Battle of Midway was a landmark victory in the U.S. campaign for ultimate victory over the Japanese in World War II. 4. I knew that my father would declaim against mother's choice of ostentatious fabrics. 5. The senator inveighed against the policy because he felt it would fetter our Air Force. Week 15, Day 4. The effects of the Escobado decision. After Danny Escobado's release from prison, hundreds of inmates began suits for their freedom, on the grounds that their rights had been violated. 2. Each case was heard on its merits, and in numerous instances people who had been convicted of serious offenses were freed, because of the new standards established in the Escobado case. After getting out, Danny was not a paragon of virtue, according to the police. He led a nomadic existence, drifting from job to job, and was arrested frequently. With asperity, and a few choice epithets, Danny referred to police harassment. Although the Escobado case was a controversial one, most agreed that it inspired better police training, better law enforcement procedures, and improved scientific crime detection. Sample sentences. 1. In the desert, nomadic tribes wander back and forth, enduring much privation. 2. The town planners looked upon their utopia as a paragon for other communities. 3. Some school principals attempt to repress the publication of controversial editorials. 4. We were amazed at the display of asperity from our normally phlegmatic neighbor. 5. A bitter quarrel was precipitated when both politicians hurled vile epithets at each other. Week 16, Day 1. Meet the bees. One of the most interesting inhabitants of our world is the bee, an insect that is indigenous to all parts of the globe except the polar regions. The honeybee is a gregarious insect, whose habitat is a colony that he shares with as many as 80,000 bees. Although the individual bees live for only a few days, their colony can be operative for several years. A cursory study of the activities of these insects reveals an orderliness and a social structure that is truly amazing. For example, bees in a particular hive have a distinct odor. Therefore, when an interloper seeks access, they can identify him quickly and repulse his invasion. Sample sentences. 1. Sherlock Holmes took a cursory glance at the cryptic message and decoded it instantly. 2. The forest was replete with the kind of wildlife that is indigenous to Africa. 3. Electric eyes, watchdogs, and other nuances were there to keep out an interloper. 4. The alcoholic was found supine in his favorite habitat, Ryan's bar. 5. At the party, the gregarious hostess scurried from group to group, making friends and influencing people. Week 16, Day 2. Queens, workers, drones. Each colony of honeybees consists of 3 classes. A. The queen, who is a prolific layer of eggs. B. The worker, who is the bulwark of the colony. And C. The sedentary drone, whose only function is to mate with a young queen. The queen lays the eggs that hatch into thousands of female workers. Some queens live as long as 5 years and lay up to 1 million eggs. The frugal worker builds and maintains the nest, collects and stores the honey, and is the antithesis of the lazy drone, or male honeybee, who does not work and has no sting. When the drone is no longer needed, the workers, in effect, liquidate him by letting him starve to death. It's a cruel, cruel world. Sample sentences. 1. The usually prolific novelist was frustrated by her failure to come up with a good plot. 2. Len, the gregarious twin, was the antithesis of Lon, the reticent one. 3. The typist shook off the fetters of her sedentary life and joined a mountain climbing expedition. 4. Frugal shoppers occasionally badger supermarket managers for bargains. 5. Some feel that the United States should be a bulwark to the inchoate democracies around the world. Week 16, Day 3. Spotlight on the worker. Let us examine the activities of the altruistic workers in greater detail. After the workers have constructed a hive of waterproof honeycomb, made from beeswax, the queen begins to lay eggs in the first cells. While some workers embellish the hive, others fly out in search of nectar and pollen. With their long tongues they gather nectar and use their hind legs to carry the pollen from the flowers. They fly directly back to the hive and then dance around the honeycomb, their movements indicating the direction of the flowers. Meanwhile, other workers have been cleaning cells, caring for the young, and guarding the precious cache of nectar. Another special coterie is entrusted with heating or cooling the hive. Dedicated to the welfare of the queen and the entire insect community, all of these workers display a complete absence of cupidity. Sample sentences. 1. Through a fortuitous remark, the cache of the art thieves was discovered. 2. We warned him that his reprehensible cupidity would eventuate in a loss of all his friends. 3. The good-hearted doctor went into the jungle purely for altruistic reasons. 4. A coterie of bridge players made our clubroom their permanent habitat. 5. Every time the irate motorist told about the accident he had a tendency to embellish the story. Week 16 Day 4. The Saga of the Queen Bee. Although the virtuosity of the workers is remarkable, the queen bee is really the main story. Workers choose a few larvae to be queens, feeding them royal jelly, a substance rich in proteins and vitamins. While the queen is changing from a larva to a pupa, a team of workers builds a special cell for her. Soon the young queen hatches, eats the prepared honey, and grows strong. After she kills any rivals who have the temerity to challenge her, an amorous note is injected. She flies from the hive and mates with one or more drones on her first flight. Then the process of egg-laying begins. When her progeny saturate the hive, scouts are dispatched to find a new location, and the bees swarm after their leader to begin the amazing cycle again. Sample sentences. 1. A landmark in the history of amorous drama is Romeo and Juliet. 2. The eminent artist, famous for his virtuosity, was admired by classicists and beatniks alike. 3. The Bantu chief and all his progeny were noted for their valor. 4. For having the temerity to declaim against the majority leader, the freshman senator was given the worst committee assignments. 5. Television in the new century was saturated with the rebirth of the old quiz shows. Week 17 Day 1. A plan to fool the Nazis. One of the truly remarkable stories of World War II concerns a ruse that was perpetrated with such consummate skill, that it saved the lives of many Allied troops and helped to shorten the war. The simple, bold, and ingenious subterfuge which British officers concocted, is the subject of Ewan Montague's classic, The Man Who Never Was. In short, the idea was to plant fallacious documents concerning the Allied invasion of Europe upon a dead officer, have his body recovered by agents who would transmit the false information to Germany, and then observe the effects of the plan. Sample sentences. 1. Because the inspector had given only cursory attention to the reports, I surmised that his conclusion would be fallacious. 2. Johnny Cochran, the famous and controversial lawyer, gave consummate attention to the preparation of every case. 3. It was necessary for the interloper to concoct a convincing story in order to gain access to the exhibit. 4. In order to perpetrate the swindle, the jaunty confidence man adopted an amorous approach toward the wealthy widow. 5. The experienced teacher realized that Ricky's stomachache was merely a subterfuge to keep him from taking the French test. Week 17 Day 2. Major Martin goes to war. After Commander Montague and his colleagues had been given official approval for their dangerous escapade, they encountered manifold problems. First, they conducted an assiduous search for a body that looked as though it had recently been killed in an airplane disaster. Then, a detailed history of the man had to be invented that would be so impeccable that the enemy would accept its authenticity. This meant documents, love letters, personal effects, keys, photographs, etc. Each step was fraught with difficulty, but the schemers were unbelievably resourceful. As a result, in the late spring of 1942, Major Martin was prepared to do his part for his country. Sample sentences. 1. Burdened by her manifold responsibilities, the young executive was precluded from enjoying her new wealth. 2. Fear permeated the crippled airplane as the passengers realized that their situation was fraught with danger. 3. Although basically frugal, his taste in clothing is impeccable. 4. The store owner was resourceful enough to run a sale the day after his building had been razed by the flames. 5. Florence Nightingale was a paragon of mercy in her assiduous care for the wounded soldiers. Week 17, Day 3. The plot thickens. A submarine took the body out to sea. Then, Major Martin, the man who never was slid into the murky Atlantic waters off the coast of Huelva, Spain. Attached to this courier's coat was a briefcase that contained the components of the hoax. Shortly thereafter, the Spanish embassy notified the British that the body had been recovered. But Commander Montague learned that the important documents had already been scrutinized and later resealed so that the British would not be suspicious. The secret information was transmitted to the German High Command, through a labyrinth of underground networks, to be evaluated. Now the true test of the months of assiduous planning would come. The question remained, would the Germans swallow the bait? Sample sentences. 1. The practical joker had the temerity to perpetrate a hoax upon the Dean of Boys. 2. A good motion picture producer should be skilled in all the manifold components of film making. 3. After wandering through the labyrinth, the young hero came face to face with the dragon who was indigenous to the caves. 4. When I asked the English teacher to evaluate my plan for the term paper, her incisive comments were very helpful. 5. The murky quality of the artist's latest painting is the antithesis of her former style. Week 17, Day 4. A puzzle for His Majesty. The conspirators had reason to exult, for all evidence attested to the fact that the German High Command was gullible about Major Martin. Their defense troops were moved away from the true invasion sites and deployed to areas that were inconsequential. Subsequently, when the actual attack took place, Allied casualties were minimized. After the war, Commander Montague received a medal from the King of England. At the presentation ceremony, the King politely inquired where the young officer had earned his citation. At the Admiralty, Montague replied, presenting the King with a genuine enigma. Sample sentences. 1. Explaining that the bookkeeper was merely a gullible dupe, the judge freed him from complicity in the crime. 2. As the audience watched the master deploy his chess pieces, they applauded his virtuosity. 3. An expert was summoned to attest to the authenticity of the Rembrandts found in the Nazi cache of stolen masterpieces. 4. When Osama bin Laden was killed, our public had reason to exult. 5. I could not solve the enigma of why an altruistic person should exhibit such cupidity. Week 18, Day 1. Teaching chimpanzees to talk. 2 resourceful psychologists at the University of Nevada have made splendid progress in vocabulary development in chimpanzees. Following a number of abortive attempts to teach French, German, or English to chimps, the researchers persevered until they hit upon the American Sign Language system, that is often used by deaf persons. They have had to modify the language, somewhat in order to accommodate the animal's spontaneous gestures. With a mixture of innate movements and learned ones, some laboratory chimps now have an extensive vocabulary. Sample sentences. 1. His innate cunning allowed him to see through the spy's subterfuge. 2. The divers made an abortive attempt to rescue the dog from the murky waters. 3. Because Phil refused to modify his philosophy, the directors were forced to invalidate his appointment. 4. My English teacher admonished me. I realized that the speech was to be spontaneous, but it was not supposed to be incoherent or fraught with fallacious statements. 5. A quarrel was precipitated when the dietitian refused to accommodate the patient's special needs. Week 18, Day 2. Chimpanzees are surprisingly smart. Washoe, the chimpanzee, has more than a veneer of intelligence. She can signal her desire to eat, go in or out, be covered, or brush her teeth. In addition, she can make signs for "I'm sorry," "I hurt," "hurry," "give me," and a myriad of other terms that are familiar to young children. This urbane animal can indicate that she craves more dessert by putting her fingers together more, and then placing her index and second fingers on top of her tongue. Sweet. It is irrelevant that Washoe cannot actually talk. What is important, however, is the consummate ease with which she has mastered her daily assignments. Sample sentences. 1. Why did Silas Marner crave wealth and practice cupidity? 2. Once the hoax had been concocted, a myriad of problems arose. 3. The defendant was alleged to have been an army deserter, but the judge said that was irrelevant to the case. 4. By embellishing her work with urbane humor, the sophisticated playwright succeeded on Broadway. 5. The lieutenant confessed to a veneer of ignorance in order to properly evaluate his corporal's resourcefulness. Week 18, Day 3. Easy to train. The chimpanzees are deemed by scientists to be the closest to man of all the living apes. Consequently, they are fairly easy to train. Several years ago, two married researchers embarked on an interesting project. They reared and trained a chimp in almost the same manner as they would have raised a child. The animal did beautifully, convincing the couple of the inherent ability of the chimpanzee. Cinema buffs who have seen Tarzan's clever monkey romp through the jungle also recognize the latent intelligence of those animals. Sample sentences. 1. Whom do you deem to be the bulwark of the Republican Party? 2. The firemen did not have to cajole the enthusiastic buff into helping them extinguish the blaze. 3. When the intercity competition began, our team was supposed to romp over our hapless rivals. 4. At the age of 42, the artist first became cognizant of his latent genius. 5. Certain mice have an inherent alertness that enables them to conquer the researcher's labyrinths. Week 18, Day 4. More facts about chimps. Chimps in the laboratory have demonstrated their ability to find their way out of the most tortuous maze. They can press buttons, manipulate levers, avoid shocks, etc. When food is placed out of reach, the animals can prepare a ladder of boxes to reach it. In his natural habitat, the chimpanzee is something of an itinerant. He goes his nomadic way through the jungle, living on fruit, insects, and vegetables. With the aid of his long, powerful hands he can swing rapidly from tree to tree and cover considerable ground in his peregrinations. Chimps are loyal in their conjugal relationships, taking only one mate at a time. That may be another barometer of these animals' superior intelligence. Sample sentences. 1. The other drivers were nettled about the ease with which our car ascended the tortuous road. 2. Arguments over money have often led to conjugal havoc. 3. The sedentary twin was content to follow his brother's peregrination on a map. 4. Signs were posted in the lobby to prevent itinerant beggars and others of that ilk from entering. 5. The warmth of Mr. Smythe's greeting each morning may be construed as an excellent barometer of his health. Week 19, Day 1. Trouble in Ruritania. King Andrei of Ruritania was afflicted with megalomania, and the people of his country suffered, as a result. After 10 years of his profligate rule, the treasury was bankrupt, unemployment was rampant, domestic strife was mounting, and the number of the king's opponents who were incarcerated were legion. Following a bloodless coup, his nephew, Prince Schubert, took command of the poor nation. Sample sentences. 1. With a singular disregard for his family, the profligate husband spent his salary on alcohol. 2. Each spouse said that the other was culpable for their conjugal strife. 3. The number of my followers is legion, said the flamboyant politician. 4. The necessity for executing the leaders of the abortive coup was obviated when they committed suicide. 5. Hitler's megalomania was a veneer for his insecurity and feelings of inferiority. Week 19, Day 2. Prince Schubert in action. Prince Schubert's first move was to declare an amnesty for political prisoners and to invite home all Ruritanian expatriates. Those who had been jailed on false charges were exonerated by special tribunals. The young leader announced that he would abrogate all of the oppressive fiats that his predecessor had promulgated. Things began to look up temporarily for the citizens who perceived in Prince Schubert the sincerity, idealism, and honesty that had been lacking in the mendacious King André. Sample sentences. 1. The publisher's mendacious claims led to a myriad of lawsuits. 2. When the jury began to deliberate, they were prepared to exonerate the culprit. 3. The itinerant poet, living abroad for 20 years, was a voluntary expatriate. 4. One cannot govern by fiat. The sedentary mayor quickly learned, it is necessary to get out and meet the citizens if you want their cooperation. 5. We recognize the dictator's amnesty as an obvious feint that would be withdrawn after Christmas. Week 19, Day 3. Reform Movement. In order to improve Ruritania's financial position, an astute but parsimonious treasurer was installed and given wide pecuniary powers. He tried to get the little country back on its feet, by slashing all waste from its budget, dismantling King André's sumptuous palaces, and firing all incompetents. In addition, Prince Schubert was able to get the United States to underwrite a substantial loan, that would enable him to start a program of public works. Even so, Ruritania was still in desperate trouble. Sample sentences. 1. I plan to dismantle the stereo set and clean all the components. 2. The sumptuous feast was prepared with impeccable care. 3. Unless my boss modifies his parsimonious attitude, a fractious picket line is going to be erected. 4. Clarence Day deemed that pecuniary matters are best handled by men. 5. When our rivals agreed to underwrite the cost of our trip, a myriad of suspicions began to form in my mind. Week 19, Day 4. Disappointment and dedication. When Prince Schubert asked for additional restrictive measures, the people began to balk. Speaking on radio, the young reformer explained the reasons for higher taxes and food rationing. He was blunt when he stated the need for personal sacrifices. Nevertheless, the resistance to reform was great, and nostalgia for the good old days of King André began to grow. The people admitted that graft and corruption had been rife under André, but at least everybody got his slice of the pie. Although Prince Schubert was tempted to quit, he determined that he would help the people in spite of themselves. Sample sentences. 1. The rebel's innate hatred of restrictive decrees led him to crave freedom all the more. 2. A string of caustic epithets was directed at the recruit by his blunt sergeant. 3. Although the former farm girl pretended to be urbane, a feeling of nostalgia always came over her when she heard country music. 4. Criticism of the author was rife among the coterie of intellectuals who used to praise him. 5. Jimmy was a lawbreaker, but he would balk at the idea of carrying a lethal weapon. Week 20, Day 1. La Cucaracha, the Cockroach. The poor cockroach has been called the most reviled creature on the face of the earth. Nobody loves him, except, perhaps, another cockroach. Fiction, non-fiction, and poetry are replete with derogatory references to these ubiquitous bugs. Public health officials are quick to indict the insects as carriers of viruses that cause yellow fever and polio. Although past evidence has been somewhat nebulous, recent studies also show that an allergy to roaches may contribute significantly to asthma. Little wonder, therefore, that the pesky cockroach is under attack. Sample sentences. 1. Because the contract offer was a nebulous one, the union leaders balked at it. 2. Ezra Pound, the expatriate poet, was reviled for his pro-fascist remarks. 3. When the grand jury refused to indict him, the mobster was exonerated. 4. Every time his accountant called with pesky pecuniary problems, Ben was very blunt with him. 5. The columnist was ordered to recant her derogatory statements. Week 20, Day 2. Waiter, please take this bowl of soup back to the kitchen. In addition to menacing our health, cockroaches are smelly, filthy, and ugly. Upon entering a cellar that is redolent with their aroma, you are not likely to forget the odor. and when you spy the foul culprits creating havoc in your sugar bowl or in repose atop your chocolate cake, your disposition may be exacerbated. Roaches are omnivorous and will feast upon such disparate items as wallpaper, upholstery, nylon stockings, and beer. No one can accuse the hungry and thirsty bugs of being abstemious. Sample sentences. 1. While the palace guards were in repose, the rebels' coup began in earnest. 2. Coach Fisher issued a fiat that required that his players be abstemious. 3. The redolent scent that came from the bakery created in Eloise a sense of nostalgia for her grandmother's bread. 4. Omnivorous eaters find the dietary laws in some hotels to be too restrictive. 5. Regardless of how disparate their crimes were, all the prisoners were freed by the general amnesty. Week 20, Day 3. The roach lives on. Cockroaches are the oldest extant winged insects, having been traced back over 350 million years. They have endured the vicissitudes of weather, natural disasters, war, and planned liquidation. They reside comfortably in caves in South America, in transcontinental airplanes, on mountain tops, in Park Avenue edifices, and in television sets. The climate may be sultry or frigid, but roaches persevere. In the words of one writer, the miraculous survival of the roach is explained by its inherent adaptability. In fact, a trenchant analysis made the point that any forthcoming nuclear war will be won by roaches, not Russians, Chinese, or Americans. Sample sentences. 1. Hundreds of extant copies of Shakespeare's signature came from the same prolific forger. 2. The vicissitudes of life in the medical corps are not for the squeamish. 3. We originally planned on a skyscraper but had to settle for a truncated edifice. 4. When he learned that the movie was to be replete with sultry scenes, the cautious banker refused to underwrite its cost. 5. General Fox submitted a trenchant report on the enemy's latent strength. Week 20, Day 4. Tongue-in-cheek. The U.S. Public Health Service admits to frustration in its attempts to destroy the cockroach. As soon as the scientists devise a puissant chemical, some bugs succumb. But the hardy ones survive and breed a resistant strain. Since the average female produces close to 300 descendants, little hope is held out for a final solution to the roach problem. Nevertheless, extermination campaigns continue unabated. Surprisingly, some sentimental souls become maudlin as they consider the persecution of the insects. A writer noted for his levity made a lugubrious plea for a crash program of aid for the cockroach, calling him a victim of his slum environment. Sample sentences. 1. She advocated lugubrious music as appropriate background for the funeral scene. 2. Although the debater's rebuttal was puissant, it was totally irrelevant. 3. The plague continued unabated, and the hapless Friar John was unable to deliver the note to Romeo. 4. A good barometer of the reunion's success was the number of maudlin songs that the alumni sang. 5. Dean Flanagan admonished us for our levity at the graduation exercises. Week 21, Day 1. Locked in an ivory edifice. Prince Siddhartha Gautama was the scion of a family of warrior kings in northern India. He was being indoctrinated for the time when he would assume his father's throne. Growing up in an atmosphere of opulence, the young prince was constantly shielded from the cruel realities of the world. An army of obsequious servants and tutors catered to his every desire, providing Siddhartha with instruction in writing, fencing, dancing, and painting, while lavishing fulsome praise upon him. It wasn't until the prince was 30 that he took the first step that led to his becoming the Buddha, one of the world's greatest spiritual leaders. Sample sentences. 1. It was not until the wreckers began to dismantle the old edifice that they discovered its real opulence. 2. As the scion of a family of wealthy bankers, Rothschild never had to face the vicissitudes of life. 3. Uriah Heep's obsequious manner nettled all but the most gullible. 4. In order to indoctrinate the captive, his jailers repeatedly reviled capitalism while praising communism. 5. The actress received fulsome compliments from her friends but trenchant criticism from the reviewers. Week 21 Day 2. Siddhartha's eyes are opened. One day, Prince Siddhartha expressed the desire to leave his lush surroundings and ride out among his people. He was profoundly shaken by the misery, destitution, disease, and excruciating pain with which his people were constantly afflicted. Retiring to his room to ponder over what he had seen, he remained there for several days, deaf to the supplication of those who pleaded with him to come forth. It seemed to Siddhartha that his life had been redolent with decadence, and he was determined to make amends. Sample sentences. 1. The lush stage setting drew applause from the theater buffs. 2. In the hospital, the alcoholic had time to ponder over the need to be abstemious. 3. As the traveler followed the tortuous path up the Kentucky mountain, he was sickened by the destitution which he saw. 4. Through supplication, the fraternity head hoped to end the strife among the members. 5. Rumors of Rome's decadence were rife among the barbarian tribes. Week 21 Day 3. The Enlightened One. Siddhartha exchanged his sumptuous garments for a monk's yellow robe and went out into the world to do penance for what he considered to be his previous life of sin. First he would cleanse himself by becoming an ascetic. Then he would study Hindu wisdom in order to be prepared to help his suffering people. After 6 years of desultory wandering and attracting only a handful of disciples, Siddhartha came to a huge tree near the Indian city of Gaya. For 7 weeks he sat beneath its branches, seeking an answer for his personal torment. Finally, it is said, he underwent a metamorphosis, becoming the Enlightened One. The Buddha. Sample sentences. 1. Billy the Vampire is the only extant disciple of Count Dracula. 2. In a remarkable metamorphosis, her lugubrious mood changed to one of levity. 3. Following a lengthy diatribe against mendacity, the priest imposed penance upon the sinner. 4. The cave of the ascetic lacked the opulence and lush decoration of his former mansion. 5. Larry's compositions proceed in a desultory manner despite the supplication of his English teacher. Week 21 Day 4. Love over hatred, goodness over evil. Buddha outlined the 3 paths that men might travel: worldly pleasure, self-torment, and the middle path. Only through the middle path could man achieve bona fide peace and salvation. One had to repudiate materialism, keep his self-control, restrict speech, be open-minded, never lie or steal, reject selfish drives, nurture goodness, etc. Buddha continued to preach until the age of 80, spreading the philosophy that man has the power to shape his own destiny. Through good deeds and pure thoughts man may reach nirvana. Interestingly enough, the man who objected to traditional religious worship was to become idolized by millions throughout the world. Sample sentences. 1. In order to nurture goodwill, the management will do anything to accommodate its guests' special needs. 2. When we saw the hundreds of bona fide petitions, we realized that the number of people who supported the candidate was legion. 3. The megalomaniac believed that he alone had the answer to mankind's salvation. 4. Rosalie found solace in the conviction that one day mankind would reach Shangri-La, Utopia, Nirvana. 5. Disciples of materialism may know the price of everything but the value of nothing. Week 22 Day 1. Female alcoholics. When we juxtapose the words woman and alcoholic, many readers are surprised. However, the plight of America's several million female alcoholics is rapidly increasing in intensity. But the statistics are inexact because it is estimated that there are 9 covert alcoholics for every one under treatment. Women drink to help themselves to cope with life's vicissitudes. They drink because of financial pressures, incompatibility, frustration, and related reasons. Sample sentences. 1. If we were to juxtapose our philosophies, your materialism would conflict with my idealism. 2. Judge Felder commented with asperity upon the wife's charge of incompatibility. 3. Just how our club's president is able to cope with so many disparate personalities is something I'll never understand. 4. The plight of the refugees who wandered about in a desultory fashion moved us to tears. 5. Woodrow Wilson stated that he found covert agreements to be reprehensible. Week 22 Day 2. A profile of the woman WHO drinks to excess. The typical alcoholic woman is above average in intelligence, in her 40s, married, with 2 children. She started drinking socially in high school or college. Although frequently incapacitated, she can fabricate a story skillfully and thus conceal her true physical condition. She often attributes her alcoholism to connubial stress, boredom, or depression. A large percentage of the women give family histories of alcoholism. Most female drinkers would demur at the appellation of alcoholic, and that makes their treatment all the more difficult. Sample sentences. 1. Dave's metamorphosis from an honest person to one who could fabricate an alibi so adroitly was amazing. 2. The widow grew maudlin as she reminisced about her former connubial bliss. 3. I will have to demur even if I receive a bona fide invitation to run for the GO Council. 4. Because he was the scion of the richest family on our block, Lenny was given the appellation of Rockefeller. 5. He was ashamed to admit that a pesky skin rash incapacitated him for weeks at a time. Week 22 Day 3. Nefarious effects of alcohol. Aside from the reasons offered earlier, doctors have other interesting reasons for the escalation in female drinking. They also indict social acceptance and indifference to alcohol's potential danger as contributory factors. If women realize the harmful extent of the cumulative effect of alcohol, they might taper off in their public and recondite drinking. 43% of the female alcoholics in a survey showed evidence of liver damage, and a quarter of the whole group had a high white blood cell count. Almost 5% of the patients died shortly after their release from the hospital. Sample sentences. 1. Many derogatory statements were heard from those who were opposed to further escalation of the conflict. 2. With complete indifference toward his personal safety, Lieutenant Regan openly challenged the puissant forces of the enemy. 3. When destitution grips an area, there is excellent potential for trouble. 4. The cumulative effect of the summer's sultry weather was to shorten everyone's temper. 5. The poet's recondite language precluded any understanding of her theme. Week 22 Day 4. Danger signals. A potential female alcoholic should be cognizant of certain danger signals. A. Using alcohol in an attempt to palliate her problems. B. Deluding herself about the extent of her drinking habits. C. Drinking at regular time periods, both day and night. D. Reliance upon alcohol as a prelude to a major social obligation. E. Making unrealistic promises about terminating her drinking. F. Using alcohol as a medication for real or chimerical illnesses. If in evaluating her drinking, a woman acknowledged that several of the danger signals applied to her, she should see a physician. Sample sentences. 1. Monty refused to acknowledge the extrinsic pressures that were causing him to do poorly in his sophomore year. 2. We must not allow fulsome praise to delude us about our actual abilities. 3. The drugs could only palliate the symptoms, not provide the cure. 4. As a prelude to his performance, the bullfighter vowed to do penance for his sins. 5. The scheme sounded chimerical, but we were indoctrinated to believe that it could work. Week 23 Day 1. From A to Z. Ellis Sloan, a teacher of science at a large metropolitan high school, first paid little attention to the fact that his 2 biology classes were so disparate in their performance. In most schools the classes are alphabetically heterogeneous, with youngsters' names running the gamut from Adams to Zilch, but Biology 121 had only A's and B's, whereas Biology 128 had T's, B's, W's, Y's, and Z's. Mr. Sloan, a perspicacious teacher, began to perceive differences between the 2 groups. While their reading scores and IQs were roughly analogous, it was apparent that Biology 128 was replete with maladjusted students, while Biology 121 had the normal ones. Sample sentences. 1. The Bureau of Child Guidance has been the salvation for some maladjusted children. 2. Our algebra class is a heterogeneous one in which bright students are juxtaposed with slower ones. 3. Senator Thorpe was perspicacious enough to realize that the scurrilous charge would have little effect upon the voters. 4. Although the lawyer acknowledged that the two cases were hardly analogous, he still felt that he had a good precedent on his side. 5. The actress ran the gamut of emotions in a poignant performance that thrilled the audience. Week 23, Day 2. What's in a name? As Mr. Sloane pursued his investigation of the phenomenon, he discovered that a Dr. Trevor Weston of the British Medical Association had corroborated his findings. Dr. Weston had studied British mortality rates over a decade, finding that people whose names began with letters ranging from S to Z had a life expectancy that averaged 12 years fewer than the rest of the population. Furthermore, those at the bottom of the alphabet tended to contract more ulcers, were more susceptible to heart attacks, and were more likely to be neurotic than those at the top of the alphabet. Sample sentences. 1. Irritability is one of the salient features of a neurotic personality. 2. After a decade of connubial acrimony, the couple decided to consult with a marriage counselor. 3. If a minor were to ponder over the high mortality rate in his occupation, he might want to quit. 4. Ethan Frome soon learned that his querulous wife was susceptible to a variety of ailments. 5. There was no paucity of witnesses to describe the phenomenon of the flying saucer. Week 23, Day 3. The perils of the alphabet. Dr. Weston is convinced that the pedagogue is the culprit. Since teachers seat their pupils in alphabetical order, the S to Z child is usually the last to receive his test marks, the last to eat lunch, the last to be dismissed, and so on. As they are the last to recite, these youngsters feel frustrated because what they had to say had usually been enunciated earlier. The inordinate amount of waiting that this group has to do causes them to become irascible and jittery. S to Z people also become quite introspective, convinced that they are inferior to those at the top of the alphabet. Sample sentences. 1. Reporters were expecting the candidate to enunciate his policy on the escalation of the war. 2. His profligate son made the parsimonious old crank even more irascible. 3. Since Alice is so gregarious, it surprised me to learn that she is also an introspective girl. 4. Mr. Ford is proud to be called a teacher, but he demurs at the title of pedagogue. 5. In an attempt to show how assiduous he was, the executive spent an inordinate amount of time on his report. Week 23, Day 4. In the nature of educational reform. Mr. Sloane did not want to perpetuate the disorders that stemmed from the alphabetical arrangement. Not only did he reverse the seating in his other classes, but he began to badger the school's administration for a mandate to bring about such changes throughout the building. He called it a compensatory factor to neutralize the catastrophic effects of the traditional policy. Soon, Mr. Sloane earned the appellation of Mr. Backwards. Sample sentences. 1. Don Ricardo hoped that his son would perpetuate the family business, but Manuel was too involved with chimerical schemes to want to run a restaurant. 2. If the draconian regulations are to continue unabated, they will have catastrophic results. 3. Dr. Myers prescribed medication to neutralize the acid condition that had incapacitated my uncle. 4. As a prelude to his victory speech, the mayor announced that he considered the large vote to be a mandate from the people. 5. Compensatory education may help minority groups to cope with their plight. Week 24, Day 1. Primitive magic. In the course of their studies of other cultures, anthropologists have reported numerous customs and practices that seem bizarre to the average American. Many primitive people believe that certain inanimate objects have a will of their own and possess some magical powers. These fetishes may be simple things like a particular feather of a bird or a unique pebble. The fetish might have derived its power, according to members of some tribes, from a god who lives within the object and has changed it into a thing of magic. Fetishes need not only be natural objects, however. An artifact such as a sculpture or carving is also believed to possess supernatural powers. Sample sentences. 1. Stones are inanimate objects that have no life of their own. 2. It has been suggested that the man who builds a better mousetrap will find the world beating a path to his door to possess this artifact. 3. The explorers saw the golden statue and thought of how much money it would bring them. But their lives would be in danger if they moved it because it was a powerful fetish to the natives. 4. Margaret Mead, the famous anthropologist, fascinated thousands of readers with her studies of South Seas Islanders. 5. It would be rather bizarre for a young man to come to school wearing a dress. Week 24, Day 2. Forbidden. An outgrowth of the idea of a fetish is the closely related practice of taboo. Whereas the gods or supernatural powers merely inhabit an object that is a fetish and lend it magic, they will punish the imprudent native who violates their prohibition of an act or use of an object or word that has become taboo. If a taboo has been broken, it becomes imperative for the offender to be punished. In many cases, however, the taint on the community may be removed after the priests have performed a special ceremony. Often, the violator of the taboo will be punished or die merely through his own fears of the terrible thing he has done. Sample sentences. 1. Unsanitary conditions in the bottling factory caused hundreds of cases of soda to be tainted by dirt and foreign objects. The health department refused to allow the soda to be sold. 2. Although a New Jersey high school principal placed a prohibition on boys wearing their hair long, one student fought in the courts and won his case. 3. It is considered imprudent to give your computer code word to anyone not fully known to you. 4. It is taboo for certain South Seas Islanders to eat some foods before they marry. 5. In the nuclear age it has become imperative for the nations of the world to learn to live in peace. Week 24, Day 3. An absurdity. Although it is probably universal human behavior, to be contemptuous of the bizarre superstitions, practiced by inhabitants of unfamiliar cultures. It seems to be somewhat imprudent to laugh at others, before one takes a good, hard look at the absurd taboos and fetishes one accepts as part of one's everyday life. Isn't it somewhat absurd when the dyed-in-the-wool bigot, who illogically fears the taint of close association with blacks, behavior that resembles fear of a taboo, spends most of the summer lying in the sun trying to acquire the color he claims to abhor? Since doctors tell us that excessive sun tanning may be a cause of skin cancer, our strange yearning for sun-darkened skin has all the qualities of a fetish. Sample sentences. 1. Bob felt contemptuous of his best friend after he saw him cheating during an exam. 2. The teacher felt like laughing after he heard Sally's absurd excuse for not having done her homework. 3. One politician, a notorious bigot, hopes to get support as a presidential candidate on the basis of his prejudices and intolerance. 4. I abhor someone who is constantly changing channels with a remote while I'm trying to read in the same room. 5. Would relations between countries be simpler if a universal language were spoken rather than hundreds of separate ones? Week 24, Day 4. Gesundheit. During the Middle Ages, most people believed that the devil could enter our bodies when we sneezed, because at that propitious moment we left our bodies vulnerable. However, this catastrophic event could be avoided, if another person immediately made an entreaty to God. This was how the practice began of saying, "God bless you," after someone sneezes. Although the tradition continues today, few people are aware of its history. A superstition originates in ignorance, when people are unsure of the causes of events. But it continues inviolable over the years, because it usually represents our deepest fears. Sample sentences. 1. Some bad habits originate in adolescence and continue throughout a person's life. 2. The murderer made an entreaty to the governor for a pardon. 3. Despite the inexorable torture, 007 kept the inviolable secret of the labyrinth leading to the underground headquarters. 4. It appears that many computers are vulnerable to viruses that can cause great damage. 5. Eskimos have a tradition of rubbing noses to show affection. Week 25, Day 1. The explosion of Krakatoa. There are few sights that are more impressive and awesome than the eruption of an active volcano. There are few natural events that so singularly dwarf man's puny attempts to control his environment. Perhaps the greatest volcanic eruption of modern times took place in 1883 when the island of Krakatoa in Indonesia blew up as the result of a volcanic explosion. An enormous tidal wave resulted that proved catastrophic to the nearby coasts of Java and Sumatra. New islands were formed by the lava that poured out, and debris was scattered across the Indian Ocean for hundreds of miles. Volcanic material, dispersed 17 miles into the atmosphere, created startlingly beautiful sunsets for years afterwards. Sample sentences. 1. Fred had been known for his gentle ways, so his friends were stunned by the eruption of angry words that issued from him. 2. We were surprised by the puny resistance put up by the voracious tiger to its capture. 3. After her house had burned to the ground, Mrs. Wiley searched through the debris for her valuable jewelry. 4. Many of those who witnessed the first atomic explosion reported that it was an awesome sight. 5. The fluffy seeds of the milkweed are dispersed by the wind. Week 25, Day 2. A universal danger. Man's ability to obliterate life on this planet has increased at a rapid rate. We are now faced with the deplorable prospect of new weapons that can cause destruction of life and property on a scale far beyond our imagination. No matter who takes the first step to initiate a conflict, the possibility exists that the conflagration will spread and envelop the world. Much thought has been given to ways and means of preventing this catastrophe. Some consider it mandatory that the nuclear powers seek agreement on methods of limiting and controlling these weapons. For in the absence of such an agreement, we may rue the day atomic energy was made practical. Sample sentences. 1. Who could imagine a more bizarre story than the one having to do with a cow causing the conflagration in Chicago? 2. No matter how one tries to delete material from a computer, it is almost impossible to obliterate it. 3. You will rue that display of histrionics when I asked you to help. 4. She could not imagine how she was going to get him to initiate a conversation about marriage. 5. The hometown fans thought the umpire's decision was deplorable. Week 25, Day 3. Taken for granted. The presence of an ever-flowing supply of fresh, clean water is taken for granted. Unfortunately, this congenial condition is fast disappearing. As our population increases, as industry consumes more water each year, the level of our underground water supply sinks measurably. There is no way to hoard water. There are many ways to conserve it. During a particularly dry spell, New York City found its reservoirs going dry. Only then did the residents begin to heed the sage advice to limit the wasteful uses of water. Under the aegis of the Water Commissioner, citizens were encouraged to develop habits that would save water. The continued imprudent waste by each of us of this most basic resource will work to the detriment of all. Sample sentences. 1. Isn't it a pity we can't hoard the ideal days of autumn? 2. A man may be a sage everywhere, but at home he's called a square by his youngsters. 3. The tree in front of my house has the dubious honor of being the spot voted the most congenial by the dogs of the neighborhood. 4. It was fortuitous that at the last moment the mayor offered the aegis of his office in finding a solution to the problem. 5. A settlement that causes detriment to neither side is imperative. Week 25, Day 4. An ageless story. Every so often we can read about a man or woman who has reached an age far beyond the limits we ordinarily expect. Reports of a man in Chile or a woman in Turkey who has celebrated the 105th or 110th birthday occur regularly. The natural question is, to what do these people owe their longevity? Frequently, the answer concerns the fact that the Ancient One liked to imbibe regularly of some hard liquor. The photograph will show an apparently virile man or robust woman. Somehow, people who reach this advanced age seem to remain eternally sturdy. There are no signs that they have become senile. Smoking a pipe, or sewing on some garment, these rare specimens of hardy humanity are far from the doddering folk we expect to see. Sample sentences. 1. Far from being senile, the old woman was considered the sage of the neighborhood. 2. Scientists have placed the longevity of the planet Earth unbelievably into the future. 3. It was deplorable for us to see her doddering around the house with the aid of a cane. 4. If you imbibe, don't drive. 5. The boys struck virile poses to attract the girls on the beach. Week 26, Day 1. Informing the public. Public opinion has an important place in a democracy. The public, often lethargic, is susceptible to a wide variety of influences. The most prevalent of these is the mass media. These communications media, the press, radio, and television, have a paramount position in initiating, influencing, and shaping public opinion. Bearing this responsibility, the mass media are often accused of being remiss in their duty to inform the public. There has been a great deal of hostile comment leveled against these opinion molders. Sample sentences. 1. The audience became extremely hostile when the bigot began to attack minority groups. 2. Long hair among boys is so prevalent today, there is no longer a prohibition against it in most schools. 3. We are all susceptible to a lethargic feeling after a heavy meal. 4. A good politician seeks the paramount issue in his community. 5. We would be remiss if we overlooked the importance of the Internet to the interchange of ideas and information. Week 26, Day 2. The lack of foreign news. The critics rebuke the press for the fact that most newspapers devote somewhat less than 10% of their news space to foreign items. In many hundreds of papers this falls below 2%. Why is there this aversion to foreign news? Newsmen claim that readers evince no interest in foreign affairs. In order to increase reader interest in foreign news, the vogue among editors is to sensationalize it to the point of distortion. Many other papers do only the most superficial kind of reporting in this area. Sample sentences. 1. The female aversion to mice is considered absurd by boys. 2. After a superficial examination of the injured motorist, the doctor said that hospitalization was imperative. 3. Many a husband has been given a rebuke for having imbibed too fully at an office party. 4. Youngsters often do not evince any curiosity about the lives of their parents or grandparents. 5. Good manners are always in vogue. Week 26, Day 3. Playing it safe. The average newspaper office receives many times the amount of foreign news than it has space to print. The editor must include or jettison items as he sees fit. It is inevitable that his ideas of what the reader want to know, or should know, are decisive. Because the newspaper owners do not want to endanger a lucrative business, there is the constant tussle between personal opinion and the desire not to offend too many readers or advertisers. It is intrinsic to the operation of all mass media that they avoid being extremist in their news coverage or editorials. Sample sentences. 1. Our conscience must always tussle against our yearning for what we know is taboo. 2. Man sets the price of gold, it has no intrinsic value. 3. The pilot decided it would be imprudent to jettison his fuel over the populated area. 4. It is inevitable that children question what their elders accept as tradition. 5. Each year the contracts offered to star sports figures become more lucrative. Week 26, Day 4. A favorite news source. The electronic media, television and radio, have more acute problems than does the press when it comes to news reporting. A normal broadcast can cover only a small part of a news day. The object is to transmit the gist of a story without supplying its background. Another difficulty of electronic news broadcasting is its transient nature. The viewers or listeners may miss an important story if their attention wanders. On the other hand, because radio and television present news in a more terse and exciting way, they are accepted as the most cogent presentation of news and are preferred and believed above newspapers by most people. Sample sentences. 1. After the catastrophe, there was an acute need for emergency housing. 2. The young lover was susceptible to transient feelings of jealousy when he saw his sweetheart dancing with his best friend. 3. She tried to get the gist of her message into a 25-word telegram. 4. The mayor made a terse statement in which he rebuked his election opponent for making a contemptuous accusation. 5. The best debater makes the most cogent presentation. Week 27, Day 1. A musical world. Music reached its pinnacle in the 19th century. Every leading nation produced its share of great composers. There was a bewildering array of national schools and musical styles, as the once obscure musician came into his own. Music became a widespread and democratic art. The ardent music lover turned to Vienna as the music center at the beginning of the 19th century. However, Paris was not far behind, especially in the field of operatic music. As the century progressed, the Germans became paramount in orchestral and symphonic music. The growth of German music can be said to have culminated with Ludwig van Beethoven. Sample sentences. 1. The president faced an imposing array of reporters. 2. The party will culminate with the award for the most original costume. 3. The pinnacle of fame and success is often a transient stage. 4. The ardent baseball fan went to every home game. 5. Space telescopes are making our obscure planets ever clearer. Week 27, Day 2. A giant composer. Beethoven was able to free music from the traditions that had tended to constrict it. He was a child prodigy who held an important musical post at the age of 14. He was a successful concert pianist, but when his health began to fail he turned to composing. Even though bereft of hearing at the age of 49, he did not falter in his work. Some of his later compositions reflect his sadness with his physical condition, but they also evince an exultation about man and life. Sample sentences. 1. The catastrophe left him bereft of all his possessions. 2. She was filled with exultation when she learned her SAT score was near the maximum. 3. It is imprudent for a youngster to constrict her circle of friends so that there is no opportunity to meet new people. 4. There is universal wonder when some prodigy appears on the stage to perform at the age of 4 or 5. 5. Though he knew well the danger involved, the knight did not falter as he entered the dragon's cave. Week 27, Day 3. A worthy successor. A successor to Beethoven was Johannes Brahms. Also a prodigy, he was the object of vitriolic attacks by other composers because of the individuality of his work. They heaped invective upon him for the intensely emotional quality and Germanic style of his writings. However, it was impossible to besmirch his talents for long, and he was soon one of the most popular composers in Europe. He produced voluminous varieties of compositions. Today, in retrospect, his originality is appreciated, and he is placed among the top Romantic composers. Sample sentences. 1. It is difficult to keep invective out of our discussion about the enemy. 2. One has to be amazed at the voluminous amount of information that can be stored on a computer chip. 3. The candidate tried to besmirch his opponent's record. 4. In the future we will, in retrospect, regard today's bizarre behavior as quite ordinary. 5. The vitriolic language used by critics of the new play tended to obliterate its good qualities. Week 27, Day 4. Gruff but likable. In his private life Brahms was considered by his friends as an egotist. He had an extremely lofty opinion of himself and his talents. He was not noted for his humility. Along with this quality, Brahms was known for his pungent sense of humor. While his closest friends could accept his biting jokes, others found him difficult to warm up to. Brahms was an inveterate stay-at-home. Cambridge University conferred an honorary degree upon him, but he was adamant about staying at home and did not go to receive the honor. Despite the ardent and romantic nature of his music, Brahms never found the right girl and remained single throughout his life. Sample sentences. 1. Doctors agree that it is imperative that inveterate smokers give up that imprudent habit. 2. The pungent odor of burning leaves marks the autumn season. 3. The umpire was adamant about his decision to call the runner out. 4. We all expect humility from the actors and actresses who win the Academy Awards. 5. However, we should not be surprised that an award winner is an egotist about his or her performance. Week 28, Day 1. A dangerous sport. Racing car drivers are vulnerable to dangers that other sportsmen seldom face. Drivers agree that controlling a car at top speeds on a winding course is a singularly awesome experience. There is the bedlam caused by the roaring motors that move the car from a standing start to 100 miles an hour in 8 seconds. One is shaken by the cacophony of the brakes, larger than the wheels, and producing during the course of a 350-mile race enough heat to warm an 8-room house through a hard winter. The driver needs to be on the alert to exploit any mistake by an opponent, and he must be constantly aware of the propinquity of sudden death. All of this makes car racing one of the most demanding games of all. How was your recall today? Did you spot vulnerable as a reintroduced word? Sample sentences. 1. Astronauts are alert to the propinquity of sudden accidents. 2. The egotist is vulnerable to slights and insults. 3. Electronic music is considered nothing more or less than cacophony by many. 4. Advertisers spend large sums to exploit the lucrative teenage market. 5. The winning team's dressing room was a scene of bedlam. Week 28, Day 2. The mystery of creativity. In order to create, it is said that a man must be disgruntled. The creative individual is usually one who is dissatisfied with things as they are. He wants to bring something new into the world, to make it a different place. There is no infallible way to identify a potentially creative person. The speed up in the sciences has forced schools and industry to seek a panacea for the shortages that they face. The need to discover and develop the creative person has been the source of much study. The paramount objectives of the studies are to eradicate anything that will impede the discovery of creative talent and to exploit this talent to the limit. Sample sentences. 1. It is the prevalent mood for youngsters to be disgruntled with the world situation. 2. Many people hope that the United Nations would be the panacea for the problems of our time. 3. The criminal tried to eradicate all of the witnesses to the bizarre murder. 4. An infallible sign of spring is the blooming of the crocus. 5. Nothing could impede the bigot from his vitriolic verbal attack. Week 28, Day 3. The Dutch. The first impression one gets of Holland is that it is a calm, sedate, and simple land. The slow rhythm of life is even seen in the barges on the canals and the bicycles on the roads. One gradually discovers this equanimity of daily existence is not in accord with the intrinsic nature of the Dutch. These people are moved by strong feelings that are not compatible with the serenity of the world around them. There is a conflict between the rigid, traditional social rules and the desire for liberty and independence, both of which the Dutch revere. Sample sentences. 1. There is something absurd about a well-dressed, sedate man throwing snowballs. 2. The serenity of the countryside was shattered by the explosion. 3. The speaker lost his equanimity and began to use invective when the audience started to laugh. 4. The boy and girl discovered they had many compatible interests. 5. There are not many people in this world whom one can revere. Week 28, Day 4. Tulip fever. The tulip reached Holland in 1593 and was, at first, looked upon as a curiosity. There soon developed an irrational demand for new species. Specimens were sold at awesomely high prices. In their avarice, speculators bought and sold the same tulip 10 times in one day. The entire Dutch population suffered from the craze. There was an insatiable desire for each new color or shape. At one point a man purchased a house for 3 bulbs. Before long the inevitable crash came and the demand for bulbs quickly reached its nadir. A $1,500 bulb could be bought for $1.50. With the moribund tulip market came financial disaster to thousands of people. Sample sentences. 1. Who is not vulnerable to some measure of avarice? 2. The American consumer appears to have an insatiable need for new products. 3. He looked upon the last place finish of his team with equanimity. From this nadir the only place to go was up. 4. We ought to expect some irrational behavior from a senile person. 5. With the expansion of the supermarket, the small, local grocery store is in a moribund state. Week 29 Day 1. A sport for everyone. Of the many highly popular sports in the United States, football must be rated around the top. This sport allows the speedy and lithe athlete to join with the slower and obese one in a team effort. The skills and strengths of many men are welded together so that one team may work as a unit to gain mastery over its opponent. The knowledgeable adherent of a team can follow action covering many parts of the playing field at the same time. He is in a state of bliss when his team executes a movement to perfection. However, there is no one more pathetic than the same fan when the opposition functions to equal perfection. Sample sentences. 1. The disgruntled adherent switched his loyalty to the opposition party. 2. It was a pleasure to watch the lithe body of the ballet dancer as she performed the most difficult steps. 3. There is something pathetic about a great athlete who continues to compete long after he has been bereft of his talents. 4. His insatiable hunger for sweets soon made him obese. 5. Oh, what bliss could be seen in the eyes of the ardent couple as they announced their engagement. Week 29 Day 2. Rah, rah, rah. The spectators at a football game play more than a superficial role. A spirited cheer from the stands often gives the player on the field a reason to try even harder. Cheerleaders exhort the fans, who may be in a state of apathy because their team is losing, to spur on the team. In particularly close games between rivals of long standing, feelings begin to run high, and from time to time a fracas may break out in the stands. While the teams compete below, the fan who is a bit inebriated may seek out a personal adversary. On the whole, the enthusiasm of the spectators is usually constricted to cheering and shouting for their favorite teams. Sample sentences. 1. The feeling of apathy was so prevalent during the election campaign that the candidates hardly bothered to make speeches. 2. Doctors exhort obese individuals to go on diets. 3. He was usually sedate, but when inebriated he became hostile. 4. The fracas started when he besmirched my good name. 5. My adversary became disgruntled because my arguments were so cogent. Week 29 Day 3. The 23-inch football field. The football fan who cannot attend a contest in person may watch any number of games on television. This has the great advantage of permitting an indolent fan to sit in the comfort of his living room and watch two teams play in the most inclement weather. However, some of the spirit, the gusto, is missing when one watches a game on a small screen away from the actual scene of the contest. Also, the viewer is constantly exposed to a garrulous group of announcers who continue to chatter in an endless way throughout the afternoon. Should the game be a dull one, the announcers discuss the most banal bits of information. Even in the poorest game there is constant chatter involving one platitude after another about the laudable performances of each and every player. Sample sentences. 1. He began to eat the food served at the sumptuous feast with gusto. 2. Men believe that women's conversation is filled with banal comments concerning clothing or food. 3. During the most sultry days of summer, one often hears the platitude, "Is it hot enough for you?" 4. The indolent person goes to great lengths to eschew work. 5. She was usually so garrulous, we considered anything under a 5-minute speech as a cryptic remark. Week 29 Day 4. What's on? One day each week is set aside for college football, and another for the professional brand. Most fans enjoy both varieties. Nothing can put an avid viewer into a peak more quickly than missing an important contest. It is the dilettante who eschews the amateur variety and watches only the professional games. The atypical fan will watch only his home team play. However, enthusiasts will continue to view the most nondescript contests involving teams that have no connection with their own town or school. Some intrepid fans have been known to watch high school games when that was all that was offered. Public interest in football grows each year, while interest in other sports may be on the wane. Sample sentences. 1. The dilettante will scoff at those who admit that they know very little about modern art. 2. It is the atypical fisherman who does not embellish the story about the fish that got away. 3. The detective had little to go on because of the nondescript nature of the criminal. 4. Many virulent diseases are now on the wane. 5. He showed his peak by slamming the door. Week 30 Day 1. In days gone by. The man who best described the now extinct life aboard a steamer on the Mississippi River is Mark Twain. Having actually worked aboard the river boats, his writing captures the tranquil or turbulent events of those days. In his book about life on the Mississippi, Twain recalls the idyllic times when man was not in such a great rush to get from one place to another. One chapter deals with the races conducted between the swiftest of the boats. When a race was set, the excitement would galvanize activity along the river. Politics and the weather were forgotten, and people talked with gusto only of the coming race. The two steamers stripped and got ready. Every encumbrance that might slow the passage was removed. Captains went to extremes to lighten their boats. Twain writes of one captain who scraped the paint from the gaudy figure that hung between the chimneys of his steamer. Sample sentences. 1. Today, the trend is to more and more gaudy dress. 2. It is amazing how lithe football players can be, despite the encumbrance of the safety features of their uniforms. 3. The dinosaur is an extinct species. 4. City dwellers often yearn for the idyllic life in the country. 5. A dictator will use any pretext to galvanize his people into aggressive actions. Week 30 Day 2. The John J. Roe. Mark Twain's boat was so slow no other steamer would condescend to race with it. With the utmost candor, Twain comments that his boat moved at such a pathetic pace, they used to forget in what year it was they left port. Nothing would mortify Twain more than the fact that ferryboats, waiting to cross the river, would lose valuable trips. Because their passengers grew senile and died waiting for his boat, the John J. Roe, to pass. Mark Twain wrote in a jocose manner about the races his steamer had with islands and rafts. With quiet humor he continued to malign the riverboat, but his book is replete with love for this sort of life. Sample sentences. 1. He had such disdain for us, he would not condescend to speak before our group. 2. It is most common to malign the wealthy for their avarice. 3. It is difficult to be jocose in the presence of so many doleful people. 4. When we cannot speak with candor, we utilize euphemisms. 5. Good sportsmanship requires that one not mortify a defeated adversary. Week 30 Day 3. The Riverboat Pilot. The riverboat pilot was a man considered omnipotent by all. Mark Twain once held that high position. He writes that he felt at the zenith of his life at that time. Starting out as a fledgling pilot's apprentice, he could not abjure dreams of the time he would become, the only unfettered and entirely independent human being that lived in the earth. Kings, parliaments, and newspaper editors, Twain comments, are hampered and restricted. The river pilot issued peremptory commands as absolute monarch. The captain was powerless to interfere. Even though the pilot was much younger than the captain, and the steamer seemed to be in imminent danger, the older man was helpless. The captain had to behave impeccably, for any criticism of the pilot would establish a pernicious precedent that would have undermined the pilot's limitless authority. Sample sentences. 1. Under the aegis of an adroit master, he reached the zenith of his career. 2. We would scoff at anyone calling himself omnipotent. 3. There is no precedent for voting when there is no quorum. 4. The fledgling poet lived a frugal life. 5. No one had the temerity to disobey the officer's peremptory order. Week 30, Day 4. The Double Cross. Many incidents that took place aboard his ship are retold by Twain. One has to do with a wealthy cattle man who was approached by 3 gamblers. The cattle farmer had let it be known that he had a great deal of money, and the gamblers were trying to wheedle him into a card game. He protested that he knew nothing about cards. His rustic appearance confirmed that fact. On the last night before landing, the 3 gamblers got him drunk. When the first hand was dealt, a jubilant expression came over his face. The betting became furious. All of the proper decorum was put aside, and $10,000 soon lay on the table. With the last wager, one of the gamblers showed a hand of 4 kings. His partner was to have dealt the sucker a hand of 4 queens. At this point the victim, the charlatan, removed the veneer of respectability, and showed a hand of 4 aces. One of the 3 professional gamblers was a clandestine confederate of the rich cattle farmer. They had been planning this duplicity for many weeks. Sample sentences. 1. The child tried to wheedle from her mother the place where the cookies had been cached. 2. They could discern that the faith healer was a charlatan. 3. The rustic life is supposed to be a tranquil one. 4. Repress your uncouth manners and act with decorum at the party. 5. We were jubilant when our indolent cousin got a job. Week 31, Day 1. Choose sagely. Today, the paramount influence in the forming of public opinion is propaganda. It is not a heresy to our democratic beliefs to state that pressure groups play an important part in our lives. Propaganda makes one vulnerable to the influences of others. The prudent person will choose between cogent and specious propaganda efforts. While propaganda has the ostensible purpose of informing the public, the most fervid propagandists use methods that must be examined by the thoughtful citizen. The ability to distinguish the spurious from the true facts requires more than a perfunctory examination of prevalent propaganda efforts. Sample sentences. 1. His fervid appeal for action threw his adherents into a frenzy. 2. He accused the leader of the opposition of political heresy, and the mob was exhorted to burn his effigy. 3. In the bedlam that followed, it was not prudent to appear too apathetic. 4. While the ostensible enemy was the opposition leader, the main purpose of this rash behavior was the eradication of all opponents. 5. In the conflagration that followed, no one questioned whether the original charge had been spurious. Week 31, Day 2. A free society. In a free society, it is intrinsic that individuals and groups have the inherent right to propagate idea and try to win converts. We do not look upon an idea different from ours as an anomaly that should be precluded. Nor do we permit only innocuous or congenial beliefs and forbid those that we believe are dubious or spurious. In a country of competing pressures, we are accosted by a surfeit of propaganda that tends to overwhelm us. Thus, we live in a milieu of ubiquitous bombardment from countless, and often unrecognized, propagandists. Sample sentences. 1. I must inveigh against your attempt to propagate the belief that your political system will result in a panacea for all problems. 2. It is incongruous to find an abstemious person in a milieu of avarice and affluence. 3. Siamese twins are considered a birth anomaly. 4. There appears to be no such thing as an innocuous heresy. 5. When can we expect a respite from the surfeit of TV commercials? Week 31, Day 3. Who listens? As the quantity of propaganda becomes greater, ideas are presented in more strident tones in order to overcome the increased competition. Those who are the targets of the propaganda find it more difficult to discern between or analyze the new and expanded pressures. The concomitant situation that develops with the stepped-up propaganda is one in which the individual retreats into a state of lassitude. He has an aversion to all attempts to influence him. So we can see the intrinsic weakness inherent in an increased level of propaganda. It has the deleterious result of reducing its efficacy upon the individuals or groups who were its objective. Sample sentences. 1. There are many concomitant dangers to obesity. 2. Her strident voice added to the bedlam. 3. After the frenzy that accompanied the burning of the effigy, they were all acutely aware of a feeling of lassitude. 4. The gist of the report was that smoking will have a deleterious effect on health. 5. The efficacy of new drugs cannot be determined without a plethora of evidence. Week 31, Day 4. The people decide. The place of propaganda in a milieu that is not free differs from its place in an open society. In a dictatorship there is no competing propaganda. Those who dissent from the official line may do so only in a clandestine manner. Where there is no open ferment of ideas, the possibility of discerning the true from the spurious is attenuated. In a democracy, the inevitable arbiter of what propaganda is to be permitted is the people. It is incumbent upon each citizen to choose between competing propagandas, while remaining cognizant of the value for a democracy in the existence of all points of view. Sample sentences. 1. It is incumbent on us to be zealous in combating the deleterious effects of drugs. 2. With each generation it becomes the vogue for the youth to be in a state of ferment. 3. The gist of his ominous suggestion was that we dissent from the majority opinion. 4. The strength of her appeal was attenuated by the flamboyant embellishments for which many had a strong aversion. 5. The Supreme Court is our ultimate arbiter of legality. Week 32, Day 1. Anyone for Google? As automation permeates many new areas of life, its effect upon us becomes concomitantly more profound. Information processing, blogs, search engines of all types have found their ways into businesses, as well as our homes, schools, and libraries. Here they alleviate the burden of storing and providing us with an accumulation of information that is becoming more prodigious in this era of specialization and threatening to inundate our society. Youngsters in the primary grades now know how to manipulate their computers to extract information that would have taken their grandparents an eternity to produce. Machines whose celerity can scan thousands of words in nanoseconds help expedite the selection of pertinent information for those schoolchildren. Sample sentences. 1. We hope that the arbiter would expedite the solution to the fracas that had been so elusive for a long time. 2. He accepted the lucrative position with celerity. 3. It is easy to construe a superficial remark to be a profound one. 4. If we cannot alleviate the harmful effects entirely, at least we can attenuate them. 5. The enemy made a prodigious effort to repress the uprising.
Week 32, Day 2. Everyone is talking. Can anyone under the age of 20 remember a time when the dial telephone was the only method of voice communication over long distances? What a bizarre concept this must seem for today's youth. It has become an antiquated cultural form of personal contact. The instrument for the modern communicator is the cell phone, which has usurped the wire-connected stationary model. With cell phone companies competing for customers, they eschew offering a paltry number of minutes of talking time. The cell phone user can take advantage of a plethora of special deals and carry on with significant or trivial conversations for seemingly endless time, and in almost any location. Often, these personal talks are held in the most public places. And those within hearing find it difficult to condone the inconvenience caused by the indiscriminate use of this ubiquitous instrument. Sample sentences. 1. Most of us scoff at and belittle bizarre behavior. 2. They exacerbated a paltry difference of opinion into a prodigious conflict. 3. It is during a period of ferment that a dictator can usurp power. 4. Do you expect me to condone that reprehensible act with such celerity? 5. The most trivial defects may have a deleterious effect upon the efficacy of that new process.
Week 32, Day 3. The future is here. We have ardently taken to the cell phone as a replacement for the venerable dial-up model. The most striking feature of the cell phone is the variety of uses to which it can be put. The dial-up phone is restricted to the menial task of mere conversation. For the garrulous person who isn't restricted to one place, the mobile cell phone has a myriad of uses. Should one be in an area that requires silence, there is an ability to utilize the succinct text messaging feature. Should one come upon an ambiguous event that one wishes to keep, one may photograph it or make it into a film for further study. Do not preclude from the list of uses the access to your computer, music, and weather reports. One can hardly imagine an extraneous technical marvel that will not embellish the cell phone in the future. Sample sentences. 1. The prodigy revered the venerable master. 2. To those who could understand every nuance of the cryptic message, there was nothing ambiguous about it. 3. He could say the most vitriolic things in a succinct way. 4. Although she did not find it congenial, we cajoled our daughter into doing some of the menial tasks around the house. 5. The astute voter is not susceptible to the many extraneous shibboleths that saturate a politician's speech. Week 32, Day 4. It's happening now. The flood of new technology makes each modern marvel appear archaic within the briefest time period. An assiduous examination of today's communication methods will make clear how quickly a rabid purchaser of the newest product will want to emulate friends and buy the next one. The cell phone that can track down the location of a user, or the music downloading pod, that has a potential to record almost countless songs, are being replaced with more powerful and exciting products. It would not be facetious to claim that scientists will persevere in devising ways for us to contact each other by voice, photographs, and print messages that give us access to a more salubrious social network. Sample sentences. 1. Some maintain that the ascetic leads a salubrious life. 2. With all candor, I cannot wish for a return to the archaic times when a moribund society provided an opulent existence for some, but a loathsome life for the majority. 3. There is something facetious about an egotist who has the temerity to begin a speech with, in all humility. 4. It is not prudent to malign or castigate, or be derogatory in any way toward a rabid political adherent. 5. The wish to emulate a great person is laudable. Week 33, Day 1. At a loss. With the trivial sum of $5 in his pockets, Robert Lacey was feeling far from complacent about the future. In fact, it was his somber estimate that no matter how frugal he was, his money would run out before the next day. He owed $3.50 in debts to friends. With the remainder he would have to eat enough to maintain his strength. Hunger would debilitate him to the point where he could not continue his fervid search for Evelyn. There was no hope of an impetuous stranger suddenly thrusting money upon him. There was still less solace for him in the hope that, after all this time, he might develop the occult power that would give him a mental image of where Evelyn could be found. Sample sentences. 1. The guard was so complacent about the danger of escape that he gave the prisoner only a cursory inspection. 2. We should be prudent in our play or work during very hot weather, because the sun has the power to enervate and debilitate those that scoff at its effects. 3. He looked for a propitious moment to exhibit his occult abilities. 4. The deleterious results of his irate outburst put the previously jocose audience in a somber mood. 5. They were so moved by the idyllic setting, they exchanged surreptitious, impetuous kisses. Week 33, Day 2. Making plans. Robert had arrived in New York a week earlier. He had begun by asking discreet questions of Evelyn's former landlord. There was no need to foment opposition at the very beginning. The landlord was recondite, and all Robert had been able to glean from the cryptic replies was that Evelyn had moved to a residence that catered to single women. Robert was in a hapless situation. In this immense city his quarry could be hiding in one of dozens of such places. This would obviate the possibility of his dashing from one place to another in an impetuous manner. His search, while it had to be concluded with celerity, could not be carried out in such slovenly fashion. He required a succinct and meticulous plan. Sample sentences. 1. In order to foment trouble, they fabricated a deplorable and blatant untruth. 2. She loathed doing menial tasks, and she did them in a slovenly manner. 3. Although it seemed inane, they sought their quarry in the midst of rustic surroundings that were not its natural habitat. 4. Despite the plethora of offers to write her life story, the recently divorced movie queen kept a discreet silence. 5. The reporters could not glean anything from her servants. Week 33, Day 3. A newspaper ad. On the premise that Evelyn knew she was being sought, Robert's first step was to abjure fruitless searching and place an ad in the leading morning newspaper. He would importune in a most careful way for her return. The ad read, "Evelyn, come out of hiding. I do not reproach you for your actions. I expect no penitent confession. There is nothing ambiguous about my offer. Please contact Robert." He added a box number for a reply. When Robert went to the paper the next morning, he felt sanguine about the chances of locating her. His evanescent concerns disappeared. There was a letter for him, and with tremulous fingers he tore it open. It contained one sentence, and it was tantamount to a challenge. "If you really care about me, you will find me by midnight, Friday, Evelyn." Sample sentences. 1. The inveterate gambler became penitent and contrite when faced with the results of his reprehensible behavior. 2. The optimist knows that the vicissitudes of life are evanescent, and she always looks on the sanguine side of things. 3. You should not condone his sordid behavior, rather, reproach him for his fractious manner. 4. At the zenith of his career, he was tantamount to a final arbiter on matters of economic policy. 5. In vain, the entire family tried to importune him to abjure gambling. Week 33, Day 4. At the ballet. Evelyn was an anomaly. She had a propensity for folk music and rock and roll dancing. And, at the same time, she was an avid fan of classical ballet. At one time she had been a fledgling ballet dancer. Robert headed for a theater where a venerable ballet company was performing. He knew he had to be wary so that Evelyn might not see him first. It was Tuesday evening. 2 days gone with so little to show. Only 3 more remaining before the deadline set by Evelyn. He tried hard to allay the sudden fear that came over him that he might not locate her. Nothing would deter him from succeeding. And so, although he was far from a connoisseur of the dance, he was standing among the throng in the lobby, hoping it would be a propitious evening for him. Sample sentences. 1. The connoisseur scoffs at the dilettante, who has only a veneer of knowledge. 2. It is difficult to allay the concern of parents about how susceptible their children are and how easily they succumb to drugs. 3. Some girls have a propensity for swarthy men who wear gaudy clothes. 4. Her father warned her to be wary of adding the encumbrance of a steady boyfriend as this would attenuate her chances of finishing college. 5. This did not deter her from getting into a deplorable situation due to her rash and perverse actions. Week 34, Day 1. Another plan. Robert was far from tranquil as he waited in the lobby for almost an hour after the performance had begun. Disgruntled, he quit the site of his vigil. He had to face the fact that he was making no tangible progress. Tomorrow he would telephone several women's residences. It was a cumbersome way of going about the hunt, but it was all that he could think of at the moment. He would interrogate the desk clerks, and perhaps he might uncover a pertinent clue to Evelyn's whereabouts. If he could only get someone to divulge her hiding place, perhaps tomorrow would culminate in success. Sample sentences. 1. With rancor he faced the cumbersome job of transporting the voluminous records to his new office. 2. Before they began to interrogate the criminal, they had to admonish him that his testimony might be used to incarcerate him. 3. The hunter maintained a discreet and wary vigil as he waited for the propitious moment to bag his quarry. 4. Even under duress, he was adamant and would not divulge the secret. 5. The newly married couple selected the site for their new home with meticulous care. Week 34 Day 2. A hope dashed. The next day, Wednesday, saw Robert become more frustrated. He would fluctuate between high hopes of finding Evelyn and unmitigated despair, when he was almost ready to desist in his search. The phone calls had elicited almost nothing. Robert had rushed to one women's residence when the clerk described a girl who might just be Evelyn. The desk clerk phoned to her room on the pretext that she had a special delivery letter. Robert waited in the commodious lobby, replete with large, antiquated pieces of furniture. He watched from a discreet distance as she came down the stairs. One look at her wan face, slovenly dress, and disheveled hair was enough to inform Robert that he needed no further scrutiny. This could not be his impeccable Evelyn. Sample sentences. 1. He wasn't exactly an unmitigated liar, he merely embellished the truth a little. 2. In his sumptuous house he had a commodious den in which he kept an array of trophies as incontrovertible evidence of his skill. 3. Is it banal to say that good manners are antiquated in our milieu? 4. The current trend in the stock market is for stocks to fluctuate in a sporadic fashion. 5. The nondescript, indolent beggar was in a disheveled condition. Week 34 Day 3. To the police. Thursday was his next to last day. He had been tenacious in following up every lead. Now he was behind the 8 ball. He could hardly galvanize himself to do anything else. The facade of hope he had worn for almost a week was crumbling. There was nothing left to be sanguine about. In desperation he turned to the police and placed his problem within their jurisdiction. They asked many questions, and they requested that he not expurgate anything. Some of the questions seemed asinine. When they inquired about his relationship to the missing girl, he replied, with a grimace, fiancé. When they suggested she might be hiding in that part of the city where the punk coterie congregated, he was incredulous and accused the police of calumny against her good name and reputation. Sample sentences. 1. He held on to his antiquated beliefs with a tenacious obsession. 2. The woman was noted for her vituperative calumny against her innocuous, although senile, neighbor. 3. She could not abjure a grimace when she saw the disheveled figure. 4. How asinine of the boy to fabricate that bizarre story. 5. His face wore the most doleful facade. Week 34 Day 4. Evelyn discovered. Failure was imminent, and Robert was bereft of hope. It was now Friday. Despite his abstemious and parsimonious way of living, his money had been reduced to a mere pittance. A perverse impulse brought him to the section where young people in strange clothing and with uncouth manners made him recoil in unmitigated disgust. He had never been au courant with the hippies and punks. He was always fastidious about proper dress and behavior. A moment later he saw her. Evelyn. She was sitting at a table in a coffee shop, surrounded by a coterie of the most noisome individuals he had ever seen. Evelyn was not incongruous, for she herself was unkempt. So this was her new habitat. At that instant Robert knew as an incontrovertible fact that he had lost her. With a grimace, he turned and walked, a doleful and melancholy figure, toward the bus depot and home. Sample sentences. 1. Styles are such transient things that what is current today, is archaic tomorrow. 2. The tip he had been offered was a mere pittance, and the taxi driver threw it on the ground in disdain. 3. Children think mothers are asinine to get upset about unkempt rooms. 4. It was inevitable that they discover the hidden body by its noisome aroma. 5. He was so fastidious about table manners that he lost his equanimity when his son reached for the bread. Week 35 Day 1. A modern Aesop. The telling of a story in simple terms that has an inherently important message is a venerable art form. The parable may be found teaching a moral lesson in the Bible. Aesop is an incontrovertible master of the fable. This story form is far from antiquated as shown by the whimsical approach to life taken by the modern Aesop, James Thurber. His stories lampoon the strange behavior of his fellow men. Thurber seems unable to countenance the ideas that permeate our society regarding the rules by which we should live. Least of all is he able to accept the sanctimonious notion that some people promulgate that good always wins out against evil. Thurber's stories often take an exactly opposite point of view. Sample sentences. 1. Jonathan Swift was never reticent to lampoon the egotist in order to bring him down with alacrity. 2. What one person finds whimsical, the other may find asinine. 3. The expression, sour grapes, is the gist of a famous parable about a fox who couldn't get what he wanted. 4. We should eschew our sanctimonious facade, away with pretext. 5. If we want to live in a salubrious milieu, we cannot countenance the noisome fumes that are deleterious to health. Week 35 Day 2. Modernizing a parable. Thurber punctures in an incisive way the platitudes that come from stories handed down through the generations. These old saws are accepted by everyone. One such tale is about a tortoise who had read in an ancient book that a tortoise had beaten a hare in a race. The sage old tortoise construed this story to mean that he could outrun a hare. With equanimity he hunted for a hare and soon found one. "Do you have the effrontery to challenge me?" asked the incredulous hare. "You are a nonentity," he scoffed at the tortoise. A course of 50 feet was set out. The other animals gathered around the sight. At the sound of the gun they were off. When the hare crossed the finish line, the flabbergasted tortoise had gone approximately 8¾ inches. The moral Thurber draws from this debacle for the tortoise. A new broom may sweep clean, but never trust an old saw. Sample sentences. 1. He was a precocious youngster, but he soon reached the nadir of his career, lost all of his prestige, and became a nonentity. 2. Do you have the effrontery to take that supercilious and facetious attitude towards something as sinister as this? 3. These turbulent times require a leader who does not go into a capricious pique, but rather one who faces acrimonious criticism with equanimity. 4. When the judge exonerated the charlatan, we were all flabbergasted. 5. The fortuitous appearance of a relief column permitted an adroit escape from the imminent debacle. Week 35 Day 3. Things have changed. Thurber modernizes an old story that everyone has read or heard. It has to do with a nefarious wolf who kept a vigil in an ominous forest, until a little girl came along carrying a basket of food for her grandmother. With alacrity, this vivacious youngster told the wolf the address to which she was going. Hungry and gaunt, the wolf rushed to the house. When the girl arrived and entered, she saw someone in bed wearing a nightcap and a nightgown. While the figure was dressed like her grandmother, the little girl surmised with only a perfunctory glance that it didn't have the old lady's mien. She approached and became cognizant of the hirsute face of the wolf. She drew a revolver from her purse and shot the interloper dead. Thurber arrives at a moral for this story that anyone would find difficult to refute. It is not so easy to fool little girls nowadays as it used to be. Sample sentences. 1. She had a mien of humility, but it was only a facade. 2. He did not waste time trying to refute an irrelevant and tortuous argument. 3. You may have discerned that it is no longer the latest vogue among boys to permit their faces to become hirsute. 4. They were struck by the anomaly of one twin who was phlegmatic while the other was vivacious. 5. Women strive for the slender and current gaunt look. Week 35 Day 4. Another surprise. Thurber's stories are written in a jocose manner, but they contain enough serious matter to make one pensive. He tells of some builders who left a pane of glass standing upright in a field near a house they were constructing. A goldfinch flew across the field, struck the glass and was knocked inert. He rushed back and divulged to his friends that the air had crystallized. The other birds derided him, said he had become irrational, and gave a number of reasons for the accident. The only bird who believed the goldfinch was the swallow. The goldfinch challenged the large birds to follow the same path he had flown. This challenge served to whet their interest, and they agreed with gusto. Only the swallow abjured. The large birds flew together and struck the glass. They were knocked into a stupor. This caused the astute swallow to wince with pain. Thurber drew a moral that is the antithesis of the cliché we all accept. He who hesitates is sometimes saved. Sample sentences. 1. He was in such a stupor as a result of the accident that this precluded his hearing my condolence. 2. If you juxtapose one cliché with another, you often get completely opposite lessons about life. 3. The hostile rebuke made the usually phlegmatic boy wince. 4. You cannot whet his desire for the theater with dubious histrionics. 5. The fervid marriage proposal made the shy girl pensive. Week 36, Day 1. A lady novelist. The 19th century saw the woman novelist attain the same prestige as men. England was prolific in producing women writers. One of the foremost in this genre was Charlotte Brontë. In Jane Eyre she presented a candid portrait of a woman caught up in a clandestine affair with a married man. Miss Bronte's readers were engrossed in this story. She took this unsavory subject and presented it in a way that did not degrade the relationship. She showed that true passion can be healthy. Miss Brontë did not disparage Jane's feelings or besmirch her character. The author was generous in her verdict. The affair was considered merely a venial sin because Jane was never false in her feelings or her actions. Sample sentences. 1. Harry held the fallacious belief that the menial job would degrade him in the eyes of his friends. 2. Betty's childish fabrications were judged venial sins, although they mortified her mother. 3. Modern abstract painting is a highly lucrative genre. 4. It is reprehensible, but it doesn't require much gossip to give a person an unsavory reputation. 5. In my candid opinion he is a sanctimonious fool. Week 36, Day 2. Victor Hugo. The epitome of French Romantic writers in the 19th century was Victor Hugo. With the utmost dexterity he wrote poetry, novels, and drama. His highly popular novels, Notre Dame de Paris and Les Miserables, are replete with melodramatic situations and grotesque characters. He had a profound sense of social justice and a compassion for the poor, hapless, and downtrodden. He could not work under the aegis of Napoleon III and fled into exile. When the repugnant rule came to an end, the expatriate returned. He was received with adulation and acclaim as the idol of the Third Republic. Sample sentences. 1. He was made up in the most grotesque way for his role as a man from outer space. 2. We all felt deep compassion for the innocent progeny, who were bereft of their parents who had succumbed during the conflagration. 3. The Taj Mahal in India is said to be the epitome of grace as an edifice. 4. The sight of the corpse was repugnant to the squeamish onlookers. 5. With dexterity he thwarted the pugnacious and belligerent adversary. Week 36, Day 3. An English realist. The movement toward realism in the English novel of the 19th century reached its acme with the works of Charles Dickens and William Makepeace Thackeray. Charles Dickens was a prolific writer. Among his copious works are Oliver Twist, a candid exposure of the repugnant poor laws. Nicholas Nickleby, in which the life of boys in a boarding school is vehemently attacked. Hard Times, in which the author wanted to depict the infamous life in a factory during an early period of the Industrial Revolution. The Pickwick Papers, about a naive gentleman who has numerous misadventures. The novels, aimed at exposing the sordid and pernicious elements of English life, were said to have helped galvanize people into action leading to improvement in these conditions. Sample sentences. 1. At the acme of his power, the dictator was obsessed with the belief that those who dissented were trying to usurp his position. 2. As a perspicacious newspaper reporter, he felt it incumbent upon him to depict the abortive coup as a reprehensible act. 3. The urbane gentleman was flabbergasted by the fervid interest in wrestling shown by the naive young girl. 4. She lost her decorum and wept copious tears at the poignant story. 5. He objected vehemently to a vote taking place in the absence of a quorum. Week 36, Day 4. A scheming heroine. William Makepeace Thackeray was known for his moralistic study of upper and middle-class English life. His best-known work, Vanity Fair, has as its central character Becky Sharp. She is a perfidious woman who has an insatiable desire to get ahead in the world. She covets the wealth of one man, but when marriage is not feasible she succeeds in a plan to ingratiate herself into the heart of her employer's son. Their marriage is not a salubrious one and Becky, who lives ostentatiously, forms a surreptitious liaison with another man. The affair culminates in a debacle. She is exposed, her husband leaves her, and she must live in penury in Europe. This is the ignominious end for a clever, but misguided woman. Sample sentences. 1. Under the aegis of a zealous campaign manager, the candidate was able to ingratiate herself into the hearts of the public. 2. A favorite parable has to do with teaching the lesson that one should not covet that which belongs to someone else. 3. His fortune fluctuated between penury and wealth. 4. They made an effigy of their perfidious enemy. 5. There was bedlam as the favored team went down to ignominious defeat at the hands of the underdog. Week 37, Day 1. A man of nature, Henry Thoreau attempted to confront the problem and solve the enigma of how one might earn a living and yet not become an ignominious slave to the task. He viewed the Industrial Revolution with antipathy. Man in a servile role to extraneous possessions was a main target of his writings. He believed that one could attain genuine wealth not by accumulating objects or money, but through enjoyment and perusal of nature. By his own volition he gave up friends and comforts for a 2-year sojourn by himself at Walden Pond. What others might judge as penury, was seen by Thoreau as the epitome of wealth. Sample sentences. 1. He found his servile position a degrading one and could not accept it with equanimity. 2. The expatriate decided to make his sojourn in France a permanent one in order to give up his nomadic way of life. 3. Why do we refuse to confront the unsavory problems of our times in a candid and incisive way? 4. He was a tenacious competitor, and at his own volition he placed his title in jeopardy on many occasions. 5. Her antipathy towards men was based on rather nebulous events that she construed to prove that they were all perfidious. Week 37, Day 2. The Good Life. Thoreau's book about the austere but happy life at Walden Pond propagated his fame around the world. He built a small hut and began living an ascetic existence. He found it to be a felicitous experience. In this idyllic setting he was able to spend his time reading, studying nature, writing, and thinking. Far from being indolent, he kept busy in many ways. At the end of the experiment he recalled the halcyon days with pleasure. He believed he had learned the secret of the truly happy life. The only tenable way of life is one in harmony with nature. Material possessions are superfluous. Sample sentences. 1. When he found his sinecure was no longer tenable, he felt it a propitious time to resign. 2. Far from being ostentatious, she was considered the acme of fashion because of her austere manner of dress. 3. Because he was an itinerant worker, he had to disdain carrying superfluous equipment. 4. On that felicitous occasion the amount of money he spent was irrelevant. 5. During the turbulent days of the war, they wished for the halcyon days of earlier times. Week 37, Day 3. The Mind's Secrets. The study of the human mind and behavior has had many prominent practitioners, but no one is more revered than Sigmund Freud. An Austrian physician, he is said to be the father of psychoanalysis. He taught that man has a subconscious mind in which he keeps repugnant memories that come to the surface surreptitiously and motivate behavior. Man often tries to rationalize his actions, when, in reality, they are really the result of suppressed memories coming to the surface. Freud's approach to the disturbed person was to attempt therapy by examining the dreams that make cognizant what the cause of the illness might be. Only with the airing of deleterious, buried emotions can the person move from the nascent stage to that of full health. Freud was considered an iconoclast in the field of psychology when his ideas first appeared at the beginning of the 20th century. Sample sentences. 1. The iconoclast was in favor of jettisoning one of the traditions that had become an intrinsic part of his life. 2. In order to complete the therapy, the doctor said a trip to a warm, dry climate was mandatory. 3. Complacent people are difficult to motivate to altruistic actions. 4. It is pathetic the way some citizens rationalize their apathy during election years. 5. His beard was in its nascent state, it would soon be a hirsute masterpiece. Week 37 Day 4. Amateur psychologists. The ideas of Freudian psychology have become part of our everyday life. Our language is replete with clichés that have their origin in Freud's writings. There is a surfeit of amateur psychologists who, with celerity, analyze an individual's problems from the slightest evidence. Despite their dubious education and training in this field, they discuss symptoms and cures on a most erudite fashion. Should a person express a fear of heights, this phobia is examined, events from childhood are considered germane to the problem. Is it possible he or she was dropped as an infant? Perhaps something in a dream is pertinent to explain the feelings of vertigo that accompany height. For some reason, non-trained people find the Freudian approach to the workings of the human mind most conducive to their practicing as amateur psychologists. Sample sentences. 1. She could not countenance the sight of a lethal weapon, it was tantamount to a phobia with her. 2. The erudite man was more than merely bilingual, he spoke 5 languages. 3. I would never have the temerity to walk across the steel girders high up on a new building, an onset of vertigo would surely follow. 4. The bedlam in the study hall was not conducive to good work habits. 5. Epithets are not germane when motivating a child to a task. Week 38 Day 1. The enigma of fashion. Of all the pressures young people face, the most pernicious is that of fashion. By this is meant the current vogue in dress. The teenagers, who are so glib when they speak of individuality, are turned into a homogeneous mass by the latest craze in fashion. How can youngsters who vehemently resist advice from the older generation become so malleable in the hands of those who make fashion? Perhaps the sudden shifts in fashion occur fortuitously. Or is there some group who, through legerdemain, switches styles and customs on us right before our eyes? Today's teenagers seem to be quite gullible when it comes to embracing the latest trend in fashions. But then, they have their elders as sage examples to follow. Sample sentences. 1. The charlatan was able to wheedle money out of the naive audience with a glib talk on the medicine that would expunge pain. 2. They could not follow the trend of his ideas, but his verbal dexterity galvanized the gullible listeners. 3. They were engrossed as an ill man was cured before their eyes, some of the more urbane said it was legerdemain. 4. He ingratiated himself into their confidence, and the malleable crowd was shaped into a subjugated mass. 5. While they started out as individuals, they became a homogeneous group whom he could motivate as he willed. Week 38 Day 2. The economics of fashion. In dress, the fashion appears to be set by a few foreign designers and a handful of affluent individuals who purchase these designs. The fashion industry is cognizant of the fact that fashions must change rapidly and often or their economy would become stagnant. For this industry it would prove fatal if it were not vigilant and prepared well in advance for a new fashion trend. As the old fashion becomes passé and a new fashion seems to be in the making, the garment manufacturers cannot afford to procrastinate. They rush large sums of money into production for a mass market. Having invested heavily, the manufacturers do everything possible to influence and motivate the purchasers. Through every facet of publicity and advertising, the industry exploits the natural desire for people to be current with the latest fashions. Sample sentences. 1. To the consternation of the distraught parents, they learned their son was accused of using the lethal weapon on that fatal occasion. 2. We wish for halcyon days when the warlike solutions will have become passé. 3. Edna recalled with nostalgia many facets of her school days. 4. We all tend to procrastinate when faced with an unsavory task. 5. The iconoclast has the propensity for reproaching those who feel complacent with leading a stagnant existence. Week 38, Day 3. What next? Once the fashion industry has been able to foist a new style on the teenager, the older generation tends to stigmatize it as some form of rebellion. What is often ignored is that the young consumers capitulate to what is originated by someone outside of their group. The feelings of individuality and audacity that the teenager gets from a new style of dress result from the propensity of their elders to disparage them. The actual situation is that the clothing fashions soon become accepted by all. There is nothing upsetting or revolutionary about them. While people are becoming complacent about the new, the clothing industry is busy planning how to tantalize the teenager with next year's fashion. This arbitrary decision is guaranteed to foment consternation among adults once again in the following year. Sample sentences. 1. Despite tenacious resistance, they were ousted from the strongpoint and had to capitulate to the enemy. 2. It was an asinine thing to do. To stigmatize his opponent as a bigot and thus exacerbate an already bitter campaign. 3. It is common to hear people disparage those who paint in the modern genre. They speak about the audacity of the artist who submits a high white canvas with a black border as a serious work. 4. They are dubious of such an artist and accuse him of trying to foist as a work of art a rudimentary exercise. 5. It is reprehensible to tantalize a young child with the promise of a reward for being good when you have no intention of giving it. Week 38, Day 4. Something for everyone. To the derogatory comments from the older generation, the teenagers might retort that new fashions and styles are adopted by the elders with alacrity. Though they complain, women emulate their daughters by shortening or lengthening their hems. They may appear reticent about the bother and expense of altering their wardrobe, but they give tacit approval to the change, by rushing to the department stores, where they jostle each other to buy copies of the more expensive dresses. The conclusion one might reach, after observing how women countenance the arbitrary changes year after year, is that they are naive or victims of some chicanery, practiced by the clothing industry. Women may appear hapless before the intimidation of style, but the real truth may lie in the fact that they are so docile, because they secretly enjoy the yearly excitement around the latest fashions. Sample sentences. 1. The reporter divulged the blatant chicanery involved in the awarding of the contract. 2. Even the most docile person may become fractious when he gets only a pittance for his hard labor. 3. His egregious behavior brought a tacit reproach to his mother's eyes. 4. Most politicians are reticent when asked to divulge their ambitions. 5. He refused to retort to the rash question about his propensity for imbibing. Week 39, Day 1. Rule, Britannia. An unforgettable saga of World War II has to do with the small French coastal town of Dunkirk. There, in 1940, thousands of British troops made a belated escape from the awesome power of the German Army and Air Force. They were removed by an array of private boats, from huge yachts to decrepit fishing boats. At their own volition, the skippers came close to the shore, while German planes bombed implacably. They remained imperturbable under heavy fire. When their vessels were loaded, they dashed back to England. Once unloaded, they did not vacillate, but returned with equanimity to their vigil in the danger zone. The British proved once again that they are paragons of comradeship in times of jeopardy. Sample sentences. 1. The saga of a lone man confronting the turbulent oceans in a small boat is an exploit we find laudable. 2. The speaker remained imperturbable while his audience shouted caustic comments about his mendacious activities. 3. The ingrate refused to accept Cindy's belated gift. 4. When released from incarceration, he was gaunt and decrepit. 5. We are all familiar with the cliché that he who vacillate is lost. Week 39 Day 2. The Good Guys versus the Bad Guys. The international adventure stories prevalent on television follow meticulously a plot that is inexorable in its development. Those on the side of law and justice face perfidious men and organizations. These are anathema to those values the staunch heroes would defend. These infamous men have no capacity for compassion, and they treat the lovely women with opprobrium. The intrepid heroes are placed in deleterious situations as a result of the Machiavellian maneuvers of their opponents. One unconscionable act of duplicity follows another until the total destruction of the good guys seems at hand. At the last moment, usually amidst the pandemonium of a battle, the cause for which the heroes strive triumphs. However, evil is ubiquitous, and next week another fracas will erupt. Sample sentences. 1. The coach heaped opprobrium upon the fledgling ball player. 2. We are ready to rationalize Machiavellian activities on the part of our side if they are to the detriment of our adversary. 3. It was unconscionable to Abraham Lincoln to keep a book he had borrowed without making tenacious efforts to return it. 4. There was pandemonium as the presidential nominee entered the convention site. 5. She is such a staunch friend, my reprehensible actions do not cause a schism between us. Week 39 Day 3. A famous mutiny. One of the most repugnant names in popular legend is that of Captain William Bligh. He was the captain of the HMS Bounty in 1789, and the mutiny that erupted aboard that ship was the basis for a film, in which Charles Laughton portrayed Bligh as an awesome bully and an unmitigated villain. He would flay both the body and the spirit of anyone who crossed him. The crew developed such an aversion to Bligh's mortifying actions and demeanor that, led by Fletcher Christian, they set the captain and 17 shipmates off in a lifeboat in the South Pacific. The ship continued to the Pitcairn Islands where the crew remained to live with the islanders. Laughton's delineation of Bligh remains as the image we have of him. Only recently has any attempt been made to vindicate Captain Bligh and to remove the heinous reputation that permeates history. Sample sentences. 1. The mayor tried to vindicate his actions that had been called capricious and irrational by critics. 2. He castigated his opponents and went to great lengths to flay them with accusations of megalomania. 3. His demeanor was atypical, usually phlegmatic, he was belligerent and garrulous during the broadcast. 4. The most heinous thing I have done, he said in a stentorian voice, is eradicate the untruth that my party is not compatible with progress. 5. Then he gave an incisive delineation of his fulsome opponents as an antiquated group, complacent about the noisome conditions in a moribund city. Week 39 Day 4. Fair play. Recently, there has been an attempt to improve Captain Bligh's tainted image. Historians maintain that there was no turpitude in Bligh's actions aboard the HMS Bounty. Perhaps he was imprudent in failing to keep his temper under control. While an infraction aboard ship was quickly criticized, Bligh never carried out those callous actions, the movie dramatized in order to depict an evil man, say his defenders. After the mutiny, Captain Bligh astutely navigated the lifeboat with the other 17 men for over 3,000 miles to safety. This prodigious feat alone, say those who would restore Bligh's good name, should be enough to allow for a full redress of the wrongs that have been blamed on him for over 150 years. While the coterie defending Captain Bligh do not ask the public to praise him, they do request a more benevolent attitude toward this traditionally reprehensible figure, and an end to the vituperation heaped upon him for these many years. Sample sentences. 1. We do not condone or tolerate an infraction of even the most trivial kind. 2. It takes a callous person to watch with equanimity as a gullible, naive girl falls for the line of a loathsome boy. 3. How easy it is to heap vituperation upon someone at the nadir of his career. 4. There seems to be no way to redress a grievance against an omnipotent ruler. 5. From any facet of his life, the acme of moral turpitude was reached by Adolf Hitler. Week 40 Day 1. A political show. The 2012 elections offered another example of politics as show business. Most politicians have prepared speeches dealing with the prevalent topics of the day. They can maintain a fervid flow of rhetoric for hours at a time. In each locality where he is to appear, the advance work is prepared by a clique of trustworthy aides. In preparation for the show, they have dispersed leaflets, put up posters, and sent out cars and trucks with loudspeakers to extol the erudite qualities of their candidate. Soon, the crowd gathers. Loyal party workers come forward to shake the hand of their mentor. Now, with the facile solutions to complex problems carefully memorized, the show is ready to begin. One moment facetious, the next moment profound, the candidate works to convince the incredulous among the voters. Sample sentences. 1. It is not long before a young star has a clique around him who sporadically get their names into the newspapers. 2. At a time that requires tangible proposals, all he offers is unconscionable rhetoric. 3. The detective interrogated the adamant prisoner in such a facile way that he confessed after giving incontrovertible evidence. 4. Youngsters scoff when their elders extol the halcyon days of long ago. 5. Amidst the adulation of the throng, the film star, in all humility, credited her mentor as the one most responsible. Week 40 Day 2. Getting a good look. The television press interview is conducive to close scrutiny of a candidate. His public speeches may contain many cant phrases, but a sharp question by an astute reporter can destroy a cliché-filled statement. The politician now will procrastinate in his answer. A new facet of his personality may be revealed by his demeanor. Perhaps he will take umbrage at a suggestion that he favors the affluent. His record is searched for evidence that he has been equally magnanimous to the indigent. He accuses the reporter of attempting to vilify him. Is he being accused of turpitude in office? It is time to discreetly go on to another topic. The candidate wishes to extol the virtues of his program and record. The press wants to allude to things that keep him in the midst of controversy. They insist that he elucidate positions that the politician would rather leave in a nebulous state. Sample sentences. 1. We feel so sanctimonious when we vilify the character of a felon. 2. The diplomat was astute enough to see through the cant of the Machiavellian ambassador. 3. A somber examination of those indigent families, bereft of hope, sunken in apathy, should motivate us to be more magnanimous in our attempts to improve their lot. 4. I was flabbergasted when he took umbrage at my whimsical remarks. 5. The judge ordered the censor to elucidate his reasons for removing passages from the book in such a capricious manner. Week 40 Day 3. Seeing is learning. While we are all cognizant of the importance of words to create certain impressions, gesture is relegated to a much lesser role. Gestures are an important concomitant to even the most vapid speech, enhancing it and giving the hearer something to look at while he listens. The value of seeing at the same time as listening was shown when a class at a university, unwieldy because of its large size, was split up. One group was put into a room in proximity to good loudspeakers. Every nuance of the lecturer's voice could be heard clearly. Because they had no person on whom to place their attention, they soon took on the appearance of extreme lassitude. Most students became lethargic and rested their heads on their desks. The separation of visual and oral communication tended to vitiate the learning process. The listening group received grades lower than those received by those who could look at as well as hear the instructor. Once more your keen eye and memory were being tested. Sample sentences. 1. As the scion of an affluent family, he was often in proximity to opulence. 2. After playing with his progeny in the enervating sun, he staggered back to his room where he was overcome with lassitude. 3. As a concomitant to his belligerent and vituperative antipathy toward his government, he became an expatriate, but he found it a vapid life. 4. Kira was so disgruntled about having to move the unwieldy piano, she procrastinated for days. 5. The irrelevant evidence seemed to vitiate the prosecutor's case and precluded a conviction. Week 40, Day 4. The hammy old days. Actors depend upon their ability to gesticulate almost as much as upon speech to obtain their desired histrionic effects. With them, gesture serves much more than merely to augment speech. When their communication is by gesture alone, it is called pantomime. In the early silent motion picture period, gestures were flamboyant. To show that he was distraught about the danger in which the heroine had been placed, the hero would go through the most fatuous actions. He would stagger, beat his breast, tear his hair, and contort his face into the most doleful appearance. There weren't many simple or restrained gestures in his repertoire. The heroine, to indicate her love, would fling her arms wide and ardently jump into her sweetheart's arms. It was only much later that actors became skilled enough to communicate with the audience through discreet gestures and almost imperceptible changes in facial expression that could transmit nuances of emotion. Sample sentences. 1. The new employee wanted to gain favor with his boss, and his obsequious desires led to the most fatuous behavior. 2. Her virtuosity was demonstrated by the works she performed from her repertoire. 3. He had always appeared virile, so that the imperceptible decline toward senility went unnoticed until he succumbed and began to use a cane. 4. The paroxysm of coughing served to contort her body until she could gain a respite. 5. The parsimonious octogenarian sought to augment his wealth by removing it from its cache and placing it in a bank. Week 41, Day 1. Queen of the supermarket. The American housewife is queen of all she surveys in the supermarket. She decides what items shall be purchased. Grocery manufacturers are well aware of her power to make one product a success and another a failure. They spend huge sums developing new products with which to curry her favor. Fearful that a successful product will soon begin to pall, the manufacturers, without cessation, come out with new and improved versions to whet her appetite. Sometimes it is only a box or package that has been changed. Perhaps a colorful photo of a succulent meal on a TV dinner box. In the larger supermarkets, the housewife is faced with a satiety of merchandise, particularly in the copiously stocked laundry detergent section. While there may be almost no intrinsic difference among the many brands, advertising and packaging serves to importune her to buy one rather than another. Sample sentences. 1. The connoisseur of fine foods declared the restaurant the ultimate in the preparation of succulent meat dishes. 2. She coveted the antiquated locket even though it had only an intrinsic value. 3. He discreetly tried to curry favor with his employer. 4. The host exhorted his guests to eat to satiety. 5. Those conditions were not conducive to a felicitous evening, as the dance would soon pall for the lack of feminine companionship. Week 41, Day 2. It's what's outside that counts. Packaging of grocery items is a facet of advertising that is too little appreciated by consumers. Walking up and down the aisles of a supermarket, one seldom stops to analyze the individual package in the potpourri of items on the shelves. The manufacturer had to glean and test many different designs before he accepted the one you see in the array before you. Before he will sanction the use of a particular can, box, or bottle, he must know many things about its efficacy. He wants to know if the colors attract. A white box may denote cleanliness, a red one, strength. There may be a photo or a drawing that will allude to the product's use or special qualities. A lackluster package may be fatal. Next, the size and shape are important elements. The housewife may want a small package for easy storing, but a larger package may suggest economy. A round bottle may look attractive, but a square one is easier to stack. These are some of the insidious aspects of packaging, the main purpose of which is to attract your attention as you peruse the crowded supermarket shelves. Sample sentences. 1. I cannot sanction your lax attitude towards the imminent threat of a conflagration. 2. In some insidious way the glib salesman played upon my repressed desires and sold me a gaudy sports car. 3. You can be sure the candidate will allude to the moribund state of our economy and offer his panacea. 4. A potpourri of today's musical hits sounds more like cacophony than harmony. 5. His levity at such a serious moment denote a lack of feeling. Week 41 Day 3. Tried and true. Few question the propriety of the current haste on the part of manufacturers to bring out new and improved products at the prevalent rate. At one time, in the dim, distant past before the advent of television, it was the vogue for products to be advertised on the merits of their tried and true qualities. Few advertisers were impious enough to jettison any part of a product that had been accepted by the public. Year after year, the local grocery store owner would proffer the same box of cereal, the same house cleaner. The acceptance was of the time-tested product, and it appeared almost unconscionable for the manufacturer to change his merchandise. Today's spate of transient products would have been considered an anomaly in those days. Sample sentences. 1. A few years ago there was a spate of science fiction films about awesome monsters causing pandemonium on our planet, but after a surfeit of that genre, their popularity began to wane. 2. With the advent of text messaging, Roger was busy night and day. 3. We questioned the propriety of making fun of obese people. 4. I'd like to proffer my belated congratulations and your 25 years of married serenity. 5. In the milieu of city street life it is not atypical to hear impious comments about authority. Week 41 Day 4. What's in a name? Supermarkets now carry their own products to compete with the national brands. These house brands are not in a felicitous position because they cannot be advertised widely. Supermarkets overcome this encumbrance by making these brands less expensive. Many people believe the shibboleth, "You get what you pay for," and they purchase items on the premise that quality varies as the price does. Are the claims made by nationally advertised brands bogus? How can one bread company substantiate its nutritive superiority over another? As there is no incontrovertible evidence, the more expensive bread or coffee, etc., must compensate by increased advertising. They make inordinate claims, using those raucous techniques proven so successful in convincing the frugal consumer to switch to a more costly brand. Sample sentences. 1. Mothers should be vigilant that their children's food has the proper nutritive value. 2. There were raucous complaints about the inordinate number of fatal accidents caused by inebriated drivers. 3. People often try to compensate for their deplorable lack of culture by repeating the shibboleth, "I know what I like." 4. He had the audacity to try to foist a bogus dollar on me. 5. The reporter wanted to elicit the pertinent facts from the reticent witness, so he could substantiate the charge of moral turpitude against the high city official. Week 42 Day 1. You can't help but watch. The consumer is in a quandary about making a felicitous selection among the array of products. The advertisers must influence the malleable consumer, and often they do it in the most callous ways. Television offers many tangible advantages for reaching the consumer. As a result, the consumer is inundated by commercials. The advertiser knows that a television commercial is the most expedient way to reach large numbers of people. The cost for each commercial film is prodigious, but because the audience is so large, the cost per viewer is negligible. Each commercial is prepared in the most meticulous way in order to catch the attention of even the most blasé viewer and hold it until the message is through. Sample sentences. 1. It was fortuitous that the accident occurred when there were negligible numbers of children in the buses. 2. He was in a quandary about which selection from his extensive repertoire it would be feasible to perform for the children. 3. Because she had committed only a venial offense, he thought it expedient to abjure a severe punishment. 4. Who can be callous about the presence of many indigent families in proximity to affluence? 5. People have become so blasé about the once thrilling, now mundane flights into space. Week 42 Day 2. Tricks of the trade. Some television commercials, trying to break through the ennui built up in the viewer by the plethora of competition, employ humor. Others feature a comely girl as a pretext for getting the viewer to stay tuned in. At times raucous music, accompanied by some frenetic activities, is designed to preclude the viewer's loss of attention. The advertiser will employ every bit of artifice at the filmmaker's command to make a trenchant commercial. The diversity of appeals made to the viewer is a concomitant of the many ways people react to commercials. A great deal of time and money has gone into placing the consumer's psychological makeup under scrutiny. Sample sentences. 1. The omnipotent dictator employed all of his rhetoric to vilify those who would be brash enough to suggest that a diversity of opinions should be expressed. 2. The fledgling pianist knew that his mentor would take umbrage at his yawning during the lesson, but the feeling of ennui was overwhelming. 3. He was reticent about revealing his clandestine meetings with a comely young girl counselor at this camp. 4. They furtively employed every kind of artifice to be able to meet. 5. They were vigilant in order that their surreptitious meetings would not be discovered, and it often required frenetic changes of plans to preclude exposure. Week 42 Day 3. Going to the source. The wide diversity of reasons people have for buying one product rather than another are investigated by the advertising people in order to prepare efficacious commercials. They do not have the slightest qualm about questioning the consumer about personal things in her own domicile. The consumer is requested not to expurgate her answers. Generally, people are not reticent and do not begrudge giving the time and effort. The questions delve rather deeply, and what the artless responses divulge will help the advertiser decide what to put into his next commercial. After a large number of interviews, the copious results make it feasible to prognosticate how well the commercial will do. The interviewer usually offers no gratuity to the person who has helped, but often a sample of the product is proffered as thanks. Sample sentences. 1. A successful television program can be built around the artless comments of very young children. 2. At times, the producer must expurgate some of the things said by these children because they are too candid. 3. He had a serious qualm about hunting for the nearly extinct quarry. 4. He took umbrage when I offered a gratuity to augment his small salary. 5. She did not begrudge paying the pittance extra for a better coat. Week 42 Day 4. It seems to work. Despite the antipathy toward commercials expressed by the viewers, the remarkable success of television commercials in selling products makes it manifest that the advertiser has gleaned what the viewer wants to see and hear from his research interview. This has helped the advertiser delve deeply into what motivates people when they go into the supermarket to purchase products. The advertising agency is never capricious and can vindicate spending large sums of money on research. Having uncovered what the public wants, the advertiser expedites putting the requisite words, music, and photographs of the product on film. He will thus replenish the never-ending, ubiquitous television commercial supply in the hope that the consumer will remember some facet of the film and buy the product. Sample sentences. 1. If we delve below and behind the rhetoric and invective, we may discover the profound reasons for the ferment in our land. 2. He was reticent about emulating those who, after eating almost to satiety, rushed to replenish the food on their plates. 3. It was manifest that an arbiter would be needed because neither side would capitulate to a plan foisted on them by the other side. 4. When the acrimonious discussion about his capricious actions had attenuated, he was able to vindicate his conduct. 5. One mortifying requisite for the position was that he would have to work for 1 year under the aegis of a fatuous egotist. Week 43 Day 1. It takes more than medicine. If one were to look at the roster of physical handicaps, one would reach the somber conclusion that the list is a long one. Included would be stunted development of an arm or leg due to a birth anomaly. Others would be the result of a crippling disease that has caused muscles to atrophy. The list would go on with illnesses and injuries that maim and debilitate. Modern medicine has done much to ameliorate the physical problems. However, there are an inordinate number of problems of the handicap that have still to be alleviated. People are not naturally callous, but in some perverse way they have the propensity to repress any concern with the physically handicapped. The social problems seem to be inherent in our own attitudes. Sample sentences. 1. If you heap opprobrium on an impious child, it probably will not ameliorate the conditions that led to the rebelliousness. 2. The coach knew he would have to add experienced players to the roster to compensate for the spate of freshmen on the team. 3. There seems to be voluminous evidence that the mother's smoking will stunt the baby's growth. 4. The prodigy allowed his musical talent to atrophy as he redirected his career. 5. When it seemed that Reggie would maim his opponent, we broke up the fight. Week 43, Day 2. Doing the right thing. The obstacles that frustrate the physically handicapped person who is seeking employment may turn him into a cynic. Too often a prospective employer, with a rather unctuous manner, actually tends to degrade the handicapped by proffering employment that is really beneath them and their abilities. The employer appears to be acting in a benevolent manner, but this attitude shows no compassion, for he really expects the person seeking the job to remain subservient. This iniquity cannot but give the handicapped a feeling that they are being discriminated against. He does not expect a sinecure, but he has an aversion to the prevalent belief that he should consider himself lucky to find any employment. Sample sentences. 1. We had to wince as we watched the newcomer try to wheedle and ingratiate himself into the teacher's favor in the most unctuous manner. 2. It is easy to become a cynic when the same adults who inveigh most vehemently against the uncouth actions that they say permeate our youth drink to satiety and behave fatuously. 3. We all have moments when we vacillate between selfish and benevolent desires. 4. While his demeanor remained imperturbable, there was latent anger at the ignominious and subservient role he had to play. 5. Those who are complacent about any iniquity in our society should be wary of the unsavory consequences for all. Week 43, Day 3. A better way. Why is there any question about the propriety of hiring the physically handicapped? No one who understands their needs can condone this attitude. The offering of employment should not be considered a largesse. There should be no need to vindicate the hiring of a handicapped person. The only criterion should be what he is capable of doing. If this is the approach, the handicapped worker will not feel he is an encumbrance to his boss. The employer, on the other hand, will find it conducive to good work and will not repent his having tried something new just to mollify his conscience. Even for the most mercenary employer, there should be no reticence in eliciting the best that is possible from the handicapped worker. Sample sentences. 1. He felt it would be ignominious for him to accept any largesse from the charlatan whose Machiavellian schemes had made him affluent. 2. Behind the facade of ostensible benevolence there was a mercenary streak. 3. The platitude, "I know what I like," is often used to rationalize our lack of a criterion for things about which we are dubious. 4. When mother is in a pique about some infraction of a rule, it takes all of our dexterity to mollify her. 5. After every election we repent, in a belated criticism, the apathy and complacency of so many people who failed to vote. Week 43, Day 4. Just be yourself. Socially, the handicapped person is often treated as a pariah. Most people hold themselves aloof from normal contact with those who are different. This social separation propagates additional feelings of antipathy. If normal individuals would socialize with the handicapped individual, they would learn in a pragmatic way that these are people who happen to have a physical handicap. The handicap does not make them any less human. The iniquity of assuming that physical superiority equals moral superiority prevents all of us from direct human relationships. As long as there is a vestige of feeling that handicapped people are inferior, then we are all handicapped in one way or another. Under the guise of physical superiority we demonstrate a moral turpitude that is harmful to all. Sample sentences. 1. After therapy, there remained hardly a vestige of his phobia. 2. He was stigmatized as a pariah when he had the audacity to boast of his nefarious and sordid career printing bogus money. 3. Although many people say this is a propitious time to invest in the stock market, there is a tenable argument for remaining aloof. 4. In the guise of maintaining national unity under military rule, there was a paucity of even innocuous dissent. 5. You can't argue with success, was his pragmatic reply to derogatory remarks about a movie star who had only superficial talent as an actor. Week 44, Day 1. Have we mastered our environment? Natural disasters tend to nullify the best efforts of mankind. It is as though there are forces at work that are contemptuous of our proud achievements. Who has not read of or seen the waters that deluge our towns and cities, jeopardizing lives and culminating in the destruction of the results of endless work in the space of a few moments? We are all vulnerable to feelings of futility as we view the carnage caused to cattle from the sudden inundation. Despite the laudable advances made in technology, it can be seen that we cannot yet say we have mastered our environment. Disasters of this type, leaving only pathetic vestiges of homes and shops, are accepted as inevitable, and all we can do is to attempt to ameliorate the conditions that result. Sample sentences. 1. In spite of his efforts to cajole the girl, she remained aloof, and the futility of his efforts made him lugubrious. 2. To our consternation, modern technology has made feasible a spate of lethal devices that could lead to the inadvertent destruction of the world. 3. In order to nullify the height advantage of his adversary, he abjured smoking and did an inordinate amount of exercise until he was the acme of lightness and dexterity. 4. We found it impossible to mollify the irate owner of 3 prize cats as he viewed the carnage caused by our large dog. 5. The office was deluged with requests for his autograph as the girls became cognizant of his identity. Week 44, Day 2. Good news, and bad. One of the latent dangers indigenous to our constitutional guarantee of freedom of the press has to do with the protection of the individual against the detriment that might come from news reports involving him. There are libel laws that protect against false charges. If an individual believes his character or livelihood have been damaged by a defamatory article, he can sue. As the plaintiff, he must refute the story and show how the defendant caused him harm by printing a canard. The defendant attempts to substantiate the truth of the article. The printing of news may besmirch an individual's character, but there is no way to alleviate this problem without changes in the Constitution. This would be tantamount to destroying the efficacy of our coveted right to learn the truth from the press. We all deprecate a situation in which someone suffers because of exposure in the newspapers. Only when the harm is caused by someone with a desire to malign under the guise of printing the news can the individual expect to win compensation through the courts. Sample sentences. 1. The mayor vehemently denied there was any antipathy between the governor and himself and blamed this canard on their political opponents. 2. I resent your defamatory remark that depicts me as a culprit. 3. The egregious calumny of the defendant worked to the advantage of the plaintiff. 4. Publishers of newspapers and magazines augment their staff with lawyers to represent them when they are sued for libel. 5. The cynic will deprecate the motives of anyone who tries to ameliorate the iniquities in our society. Week 44, Day 3. A philosopher for our time. Søren Kierkegaard was a Danish philosopher who is reputed to be the forerunner of the current vogue of existentialism. In appearance he was a frail and ungainly man. An extremely erudite thinker and writer, he was a potent force in propagating the new approach to life. His philosophy would excoriate those who believed that man could stand aside from life. In his philosophy, it is a heresy to take a detached point of view. It is incumbent upon the individual to get involved. What is germane is not that we exist, but that our existence is determined by our acts. He was a religiously devout man who fervently believed that the individual is always paramount. Sample sentences. 1. Even though she was piqued at his indolent manner, it was pathetic to listen to her excoriate him in public. 2. His awesome mental dexterity compensated for his frail physical condition. 3. When Ben's muscles began to atrophy, the doctor initiated therapy with a potent new drug. 4. The drug is reputed to have a salubrious effect on nascent conditions of this type. 5. Although he was a devout adherent of the party, he remained aloof during the vitriolic primary campaign. Week 44, Day 4. The Island of Wild Dogs. The saga of the introduction of that diminutive songbird, the canary, into the homes of the world as tame pets is an interesting one. In the 16th century, a trading ship going to Italy stopped at an island named Canis, from the Latin word for wild dog, which could be found there in profuse numbers, off the coast of Africa. The dulcet song of the wild birds whetted the interest of the captain. In impromptu cages hundreds were taken aboard to be traded. The sailors called these gray-green birds, spotted with yellow, canaries. As they approached the island of Elba, near Italy, a malevolent storm put the boat in jeopardy of sinking. A member of the crew released the birds, and the intrepid canaries instinctively flew towards land. The peasants on Elba took the wild canaries in as pets. Eventually, the birds found their way into homes throughout Europe where they were domesticated and bred for variety of song and shades of colors. The canaries prevalent today differ greatly from the ones discovered over 400 years ago. Sample sentences. 1. As the music reached a frenetic tempo, the audience lost all decorum and broke into impromptu dancing. 2. He had no qualms about opposing the clique who insidiously exerted a malevolent influence on the president. 3. The connoisseur was able to glean a worthwhile painting from the profuse variety of poor ones at the exhibit. 4. Europeans drive diminutive cars because their narrow roads and high prices for gasoline are not conducive to or compatible with our large ones. 5. The blasé devotee of the opera was awakened from his ennui by the dulcet tones of the new soprano. Week 45, Day 1. In days of yore. Current novels are replete with lurid crimes, carnage and death. Do you get wistful when you recall the romantic tales that begin with an innocent maiden traveling through the rustic countryside? She is dressed in glittering raiment. The scene is idyllic. Without warning, the group is set upon by a virile brigand, who, in the most perfunctory and callous fashion, carries her off. Pandemonium results. Her entourage is in a state of bedlam. Her corpulent escort is irate, but unable to do anything to thwart this debacle. All he can do is rail against the catastrophe. What to do? What to do? Sample sentences. 1. The potpourri of current fashionable raiment includes the fatuous and the discreet. 2. While all disgruntled men may rail against malevolent or Machiavellian leaders, democracy offers a way to ameliorate iniquities through the ballot. 3. Is there any veracity in the platitude that corpulent men are jocose? 4. To be candid, there is little to be wistful about in the good old days. 5. They captured the brigand, and he was incarcerated for a mandatory period. Week 45, Day 2. Woe is me. The raconteur of our story about idyllic times gone by goes on to elucidate how the comely heroine is taken to the bandits' hideout. There, a sullen crew of cutthroats is gathered. They don't wish to procrastinate. She must be taken immediately to a foreign land where much treasure will be paid for her. Their cupidity knows no bounds. The leader wants to hold her for ransom from her wealthy parents. The gang demurs. They are reticent. There is a rift among the criminals. Their leader remains truculent, and they agree to wait for just 2 days for the ransom money. An emissary from the grief-stricken parents is expected at any moment. The wan maiden, her spirits at their nadir, has time to ruminate about her lugubrious fate. Sample sentences. 1. He alluded to the rift caused in the school by the plethora of hirsute boys who ignored the criterion for appearance. 2. Well known as a raconteur, he was never chagrined when asked to tell a story from his large repertoire. 3. Despite all attempts to mollify her, she remained sullen about the levity caused by her slovenly raiment. 4. The obscure country, an aspirant for membership in the United Nations, sent an emissary. 5. An anomaly of our modern technology is that the more we need to know, the less time we have to ruminate. Week 45, Day 3. To the rescue. Back at the castle, the situation is taut with emotion. The fair maiden's mother is livid with fear and anxiety. She has attacks of vertigo. She talks about her daughter's audacity in riding out into the ominous forests despite many similar kidnappings. The girl's father, a martinet who rules his family with an iron hand, staunchly refuses to pay the ransom. Iniquity shall not be rewarded. At this moment of crisis, a heroic knight volunteers to rescue our heroine. He has had a secret yen for the young beauty. Avoiding rhetoric, he pledges his all to castigate those responsible for this ignominious deed. He holds his life as a mere bagatelle against the duty he owes his beloved mistress. At the propitious moment, he rides off to do or die for her. Sample sentences. 1. The rabid baseball fan lost his equanimity and became livid, when the star pitcher became pugnacious, and was removed from the game. 2. There was a taut international situation caused by the proximity of unidentified submarines to our coasts. 3. When one enlists in the army, one expects to be under the aegis of a martinet. 4. His yen for imbibing and romping with girls worked to his detriment. 5. The little boy tried to wheedle a larger allowance from his father, by the caustic observations that it was a mere bagatelle, when compared to the allowances of his friends. Week 45, Day 4. Well done, Sir Knight. Seeking his adversaries, the knight rides to their hideout. Despite his callow appearance, he is reputed to disdain danger and to be a prodigious horseman. The kidnappers lose their equanimity at his approach. They are appalled at the prospect, and they are in a quandary as to which one will meet him on the field of combat. The leader, under duress, rides out. Do you have a penchant to die? Derides the knight. More vituperative remarks follow. They spur their horses toward each other. It takes but one blow for our hero to decapitate the villain. The others flee to avoid their imminent destruction. The knight takes the maiden on his horse, and they ride back to the castle. Their wedding soon follows. Little does the knight realize that the fair maiden is a garrulous termagant who will make his life miserable with caustic remarks. Still, the cliché, "and they lived happily ever after," must conclude our fabricated tale. Sample sentences. 1. We do not decapitate criminals because of our aversion to such repugnant punishments. 2. I do not wish to deprecate your penchant for cowboy music, but I find it banal. 3. Why do you remain docile while that termagant besmirches, maligns, and belittles you? 4. Each long holiday weekend we are appalled at the carnage on our highways. 5. It was deplorable the way the capricious girl led the callow youth on a merry chase. Week 46, Day 1. A mighty empire. One of the anomalies of our approach to history is the propensity to study the venerable empires of Europe, but we do not feel it incumbent upon us to ascertain anything about the civilizations in our own hemisphere. We deprecate the history of this part of the world as though progress lay dormant and that other peoples were irrelevant until the settlers of North America arrived at Plymouth Rock. In South America, from 2000 BC until their empire reached its acme at the beginning of the 16th century, lived the Incas. The site of the capital city of the Inca Empire, Cusco, lay at a height of 11,000 feet. This civilization is reputed to have burgeoned until it covered more than 2,500 miles of the western part of the continent. Its population fluctuated between 4 and 7 million. This empire had a highly efficacious political and social system. Its potentate ruled with absolute power. As the empire conquered new lands, it would disseminate its language, religion, and social customs. Sample sentences. 1. While some moribund economies atrophied after World War II, others burgeoned under the salubrious effects of loans from the U.S. 2. In order to ascertain the relationship between his girlfriend and his brother, he kept a wary and discreet vigil. 3. We are quick to disseminate calumny, but reticent about things that may be construed as compliments. 4. He was appalled at the apathy concerning the important issue that had remained dormant for so long a time. 5. The callous potentate kept an imperturbable mien when requested to alleviate the unconscionable conditions existing in his land. Week 46, Day 2. A battle for power. The Inca emperor derived his prodigious power and authority from the gods. The paramount god was the sun god. It was from him the ruler passed on his prerogative to rule to his most astute son. This nepotism had worked with great efficacy for centuries. The land holdings were immense, there were rich farmlands and llamas and alpacas for wool. Precious metals were plentiful, silver, copper, bronze, and the most sacred of all, gold. This metal resembled the sun god whom they extolled. There was no dearth of idols and ornaments hammered from this gleaming metal. There was always more gold coming from the mines to replenish the supply. At the acme of his power, the Inca ruler died without naming the requisite successor. In 1528 two sons began an internecine struggle for control. For the next 4 years the empire sank into the lassitude caused by civil war. Sample sentences. 1. The emissary from the president tried to allay the fears that a deleterious internecine feud was inevitable within the party. 2. A pragmatic philosopher derived the theory that we have noses in order to hold up our eyeglasses. 3. Your efforts to ingratiate yourself into your boss's favor are nullified by the unmitigated nepotism manifest in this firm. 4. He gave his adversary the dubious prerogative of choosing the weapon by which he was to meet his inevitable end. 5. In the potpourri of restaurants there is no dearth of succulent dishes. Week 46, Day 3. A perfidious conqueror. The feuding between the rival sons reached its pinnacle in 1532. At that moment Francisco Pizarro came onto the scene. A native of Spain, he was sojourning in Panama when he heard of the riches to be found in that far-off land. Overwhelmed with cupidity, but still a tyro when it came to wresting power and wealth from hapless people, he joined with an inveterate adventurer. They gathered a small band of mercenaries. The first 2 attempts failed, and Pizarro returned to Spain to request authority and money in order to conquer the west coast of South America. Whether by sophistry or cajolery, he was given the requisite aid. With a force of 180 men, the dregs of society, he invaded Inca territory. He reached the city where the current ruler, Atahualpa, was holding court. The Incas welcomed Pizarro who, in a factitious display of friendship, heaped encomiums upon Atahualpa. Unknown to the Incas, Pizarro had brought guns that were still beyond the technology of these people. The obloquy of his next act, ambushing the Incas and taking Atahualpa prisoner, will live in the history books that are replete with tales of conquest. Sample sentences. 1. Although he was erudite about a copious number of things, he was a naive, callow tyro when it came to relating to girls. 2. John Wilkes Booth's egregious act remains an infamous obloquy. 3. Her sophistry made use of every glib artifice. 4. In the office he played the factitious role of a martinet, while at home he was filled with compassion. 5. The modest prodigy treated the fervid encomium that followed his performance as though they were a mere bagatelle. Week 46, Day 4. The end of an empire. The Machiavellian Pizarro held the captured Atahualpa for ransom. He was adamant about receiving a room filled with gold to the height of a man's shoulder. This was taken as a hyperbole at first, but Pizarro knew the gullible Incas would be munificent when it came to rescuing their sacred ruler. They did not procrastinate, and a frenetic collection of gold took place. Pizarro, to whom prevarication was natural in dealing with the Incas, had no qualms about executing their ruler as soon as he had the gold. The Inca Empire was moribund, but the charisma that surrounded Atahualpa was such that, after his death, the Incas fought on tenaciously in his name for several years. Eventually, superior weapons quelled all opposition. A policy of genocide was adopted by the Spanish conquerors, and almost 2 million of these proud people died in the carnage that followed. The saga of an ancient civilization thus came to an end. Sample sentences. 1. Even those who were not fans of the movie star candidly admit the charisma that surrounded him. 2. The United Nations has outlawed genocide as the ultimate crime, which must be eradicated. 3. Her constant prevarication made her a pariah to her friends. 4. The rhetoric soared into flagrant hyperbole. 5. He was surprised by the munificent gratuity given by the usually parsimonious termagant.